can read. All right, hold on. Let me make sure our audio. Yeah, we're here. We're back.
Yay.
Ew.
Oh God, there's like 4 of me on all of my computers. Hold on, I need to fix that.
Can you hear all of you as well?
No, they're all muted, but like I have like our Discord, I've got OBS, I had the stream up on the Extra Life pages, and all of a sudden I just saw myself in like triplicate and
What, you didn't like it?
who did not like. Did not like. Yes, we're here. We're back. I think anybody in the chat tell me if stream is all funky or anything like that, because we did move computers. But yeah, it's Extra Life. I'm gonna kick it over to Jazz to start us off, because they're the DM.
Hey friends, I'm the DM. I'm actually, fancily enough, called the Herald for this session. But I'm the DM all the same. Hi y'all. So, like Sam said, my name is Jazz. You will also hear me addressed as Shay, I believe, because 2 people met me in person and 2 people met me online. So you get all of my worlds in one. But welcome to Extra Life 2024, friends. This is session 2. We are going to be playing Demigods, which, if anyone is familiar with the Powered by the Apocalypse games, it's one of those systems. But for everyone unfamiliar, if there's anyone out there, Nerd House Tabletop participates in a 25-hour live stream marathon every year so we can raise some money in partnership with Extra Life for Children's Miracle Network hospitals, specifically Lurie's Children's Hospital in Chicago. This is year 6. Oh my God, Sam, it's year 6.
I know.
How have we been doing this for so long? Extra Life gathers thousands of gamers to raise money for their local children's hospitals by playing games, board games, video games. We too do TTRPGs, but we could do all the games. No donation is too small, and even a single dollar can help a child get the best treatment possible and give our players bonuses. Funds go towards big things like research for new cures and small things like IV stands. The money raised supports mental health as well as physical, and also includes supporting patients' families. Donations can be made via the widget below on our Twitch page or by searching Nerd House on the extralife.org website. Links are also on all Nerd House social media bios right now and constantly scrolling through the Twitch chat. You'll just need to select a team member before donating if you look for us via the team page search. And speaking of donations, it wouldn't be a charity stream if we didn't have donation incentives. So you can see some donation incentives on the screen and select those incentives with the correct DM's Extra Life page for this session. If you go to Sam's page, there are specific bonuses for this game. Sam's page also has a couple of special items like entries to win a raffle by New Baby Nerd House Pup Calzone, and as well as punishments like, oh God, shots of Malort or Bean Boozle Beans. Be aware, those last 2 are limited in number and are limited to the folks in Chicago. I'm glad I don't have to do this.
Yes, I did not get a chance to send out shipments to our lovely DMs.
Which is
Follow
fine.
me.
I'm not mad about it. If you aren't able to donate today, just sharing our social media posts would be a huge help. So let's spread the word, share the stream, raise some money. And one final reminder, charity is for kids. The stream is not. There's going to be swearing. Because someone cannot keep swears out of their mouth. So I think that's everything. I have everything that I need from the players. So, okay. Let's go, guys.
Yay!
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Let's go. Okay. So, speaking of Chicago, that is where we find ourselves today. It's mid-September, getting a little chillier, but, you know, probably still has some of that late summer heat grossness that no one likes. But it is probably about midday. We find ourselves in Millennium Park. Millennium Park being a familiar place for our party, also called our weave. Where just a year ago, these 4 teamed up and found themselves in a little bit of an unusual situation where they could team up with other demigods. Um, Generally, demigods, can't get very near each other just because when they do things go boom. But something strange happened here at the Bean on this time last year as you all came together and formed a bond that transcends other divinities. So, as we are in Millennium Park today, who wants to tell me just what they're doing in Millennium Park today? Who wants to introduce a character first?
I can go first.
I'll go.
Oh, go ahead, Vi.
Sure.
Go first.
You see my character just she doesn't have like a stand or anything. It's literally just some bags, like like that you would have like dice bags out of her like pack, and she's just kind of sitting on the ground, just waiting for people to come up because it's Millennium Park and she's there and she's clearly selling some wares. Um, but you see a covered in tattoos with uh cotton candy, pink and blue hair, um, and sort of a caramel color skin. She makes a sale to uh, a tourist walking by, and you hear her say, "Oh, thank you very much for stopping at Mazzy. Anytime, come back, Mazzy Tunter, the Diamond Hunter." And you can see that she's clearly this Australian girl uh, who is selling her gems and I don't think she probably doesn't have any real diamonds, but she's got gems and precious rocks and stones and some other things, and she's just sitting around selling her wares. Occasionally she'll talk to some tourists about her travels, but just just there, just chilling.
Cool. Chillin' is good. Um, One thing that you will notice as you are talking to your patrons or the folks who are buying your wares is that as you hear a couple pass, you hear one of them mutter something about, "Oh, I had this really strange dream last night." Um, and you don't catch all the details other than it was really dark and unending night, and you're like, "Oh, that's people are weird in Millennium Park." Um, who would like to introduce a character next?
I'll go next. We also got a $15 donation from Terry Munger. For
Thanks, Terry.
Yes, thank you. All players add +1 to a roll of their choice.
Yeah, Terry is our DM on not Nerd House Sundays,
Awesome.
so we love Terry.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Terry.
So go ahead, Sam.
Walking through Millennium Park, actually just having you see this person pushing, like, flipping through a handful of bills of cash and folding it shut as they are walking away from a group of clear tourists who are all kind of chatting excitedly, being in the middle of Millennium Park. And they're kind of walking away, waving with, and as they turn away, the like very clearly false smile, like customer service, falls away, and they start flipping through the money that they just made and stashing it in the bag, the messenger bag that's hanging off of their shoulder. This person, their name is Hadley. Short, kind of slicked back, hair, like a rose gold color almost. Multiple piercings in their ears and kind of all over their face. Dressed with this very casual button-down shirt and dress pants. Little rumpled, but still kind of presentable. Sleeves rolled up to the elbows as they walk through Millennium Park away from more of the south area where like the greenhouses are, and just kind of walking away from their latest tour group that they ran.
Love this. And as you are counting those bills, a couple of them come loose and you have to chase after them. But you notice the shadow of the bills is a little bit bigger than it has any right to be. Um, but what are you gonna do about weird shadows right now? All right, who's next?
Next.
Let's go.
Um, probably sitting on top of the bean, kind of like dangling her legs over, kicking out, and just kind of like peering over. You see a fairly slight girl, very pale. She has a black bob that's cut off right about her chin, and um, you figure she's probably short at standing height because she's wearing combat boots that are about 4 inches tall and laced up to the knee.
Amazing.
Black in color with bright purple shoelaces, and she's wearing fishnets with some black sort of leathery looking shorts and a leather jacket that all of her attire is black, except for the fact that on the back of her leather jacket is a bright pink heart with a skull in the middle of it. And underneath her hair, she has some bright pink streaks. So she's very goth with some pops of color as she smirks at the people that are taking pictures around the bean. And she's pointing at various tourists, taking amusement as she uses her magic on them, asking them to look into themselves. Um, she knows that some of her friends are in this park as well, all doing what they do on your average day, but Amelia Marlowe, she prefers to go by Emo because the given name that her mom gave her just makes her sound a little too much like a princess. She's just hanging out, kind of messing with people a little bit for some amusement.
I hope she's like also photobombing bean pictures.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's some
So as you're just like playing with people, playing with these mortals, you encourage them to look into themselves. But then on the wind, you almost hear like a faint voice saying this. You can't that couldn't be real, right? Nah, it's nothing. All right, final player, let's go.
Will you get down from there? You're attracting way too much attention. Um, you see a man in like electrician's uniform. He kind of looks just like a maintenance guy. Um, However, he also has a automaton standing next to him, that has a gelatinous cube named Bert, in at the helm, with a 3D printer built into the abdomen. Um, he is a creator by nature, and it maintains the alternate uses of the bean in this realm.
What's he look like? Give me a quick.
Uh, he's
Oh, you did say maintenance uniform. Never mind.
yeah,
Sorry.
he's a little shorter than average. He's got curly light brown hair, um, brown work boots.
And is apparently yelling at Emo.
Yeah, trying to take care of the bean.
she takes his request seriously, but instead of like carefully hopping down or climbing down, she turns to the side and slides off the end as if it's just like one of those really fun like slides. And she sort of lands on her feet. It's nice up there. I get a view of everything. And she kind of just like skips off to see what Hadley's doing or something.
And as you skip off, Silas is the character's name last time I
Silas
checked, unless
Devereaux.
that changed. Um notices, you know that little area under the bean? That shadow is ginormous. And you look up at the sun and you're like, why is this shadow so big? That doesn't make any sense. And that's when you see a creature looks very wispy, very much made of the darkness, rise up in, broad daylight. It's sunny. And is just like up in your face, is very much just like Emo's off doing whatever else, but now, Silas, you find yourself face to face with some sort of shadow creature. And you look around for a minute, you all look around for a minute, and start seeing more of these creatures rising. What do you do?
Bert, alert the others. Clear out the citizens.
Jazz, just a heads up, Tina donated $150. Thank you, Tina.
Gina!
Damn, Tina.
Amazing.
Damn, Gina. Hey, I don't remember what that gets us, and I have to find our list,
I
which
think we all get a
means
gift.
We get a gift.
we all get a gift. All right. We will.
Bert is so afraid he spontaneously creates a epic weapon for Silas.
I love that.
Okay. What is it? What are you gonna do with this new thing that just exists now? Also, what the hell is it?
It is a giant mall that has like a 3x3 like waffle pattern point to the end.
Oh, hell yeah. All right. So what are you doing with this waffle?
Well, I'm preparing myself for like whatever this shadow is, because I don't know what's gonna happen,
Sure.
and now everything's weird.
Yeah, everything's getting a little weird. It's getting a
Emo,
little
you
darker.
deal with shadows.
Just because I deal with shadows doesn't mean I know what all shadows are.
At time of
You can
crisis,
s-
I'm gonna go with path of least resistance.
Can I like take
You-
a look at what he's talking about and see if I can
Hell
discern
yeah.
anything?
Do me a favor as I find our game moves. Roll me a Pierce the Veil.
Yay, first roll of the game.
First roll of the game.
And you get a
Please
plus
keep
one
in
to
mind.
that.
All right, you're gonna.
You have a
to-
+1 to add to whatever roll of your choosing. Does not have to be this one.
All right. So, if you're
2d6 plus judgment.
Oh, 2d6. Sorry, I've never played the system before.
No, it's fine.
Virtual and D20s.
No, I'm not. I was rolling d6s, but I only rolled one. It's a total of 8.
Perfect. So we have Pierce the Veil questions in our PDF. They're on page 24. On a 7 to 9, you get to ask 2 of those.
Okay. Page.
Also throw them in the chat if that's easier.
Okay, there we go. I will ask the shadow, when were you made?
Yeah. So these questions are things that you ask me, but I'm happy to tell you.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. These are
I was just in 5e.
Yes, of course. These things seem new. Like they're not quite, it's like they're getting more corporeal, like they're actually solidifying into some kind of creature. So you get the impression that these things are essentially brand new.
Okay. And second question, who is responsible for this person, place, or
I
thing.
wondered if you were going to ask that.
It was either
so-
where or who, and I chose who.
So what I will say is that as a demigod, all of our players today are demigods, children of the divine pantheon of their choosing, because it's fun that way. So you know that this is divine magic without a
Okay.
doubt. Given that it's shadow, you could probably connect it to half a dozen gods that you know of, plus who knows how many other gods out there. But you know for sure that this is divine, and so there's probably a god behind it.
Okay.
But as you are looking at it, it goes to take a swipe at you.
Okay.
So what I will say is roll me a perform under pressure, 2d6 plus metal, in order to try to duck out of the way.
That's not great. 3.
Oh, okay. So you go to like jerk yourself out of the way, and you kind of take the wrong. You go the wrong direction. It's swinging at you with its left, but you didn't think about it to go left, so you went the same direction. And it just takes a big swipe at you, cutting these big slashes across your chest. Go ahead and mark 1 harm.
Okay.
And as more of these creatures are kind of rising from the shadowy area, you can see that the clouds are starting to form, covering up the sun, causing more shadows, causing more darkness. So more and more of these creatures are starting to prop up. You can probably see at least 6 of them in the immediate vicinity, but you can tell from the screams that are coming from the area that maybe there are more of them. Hadley and or Ezzy, do you have anything in particular that you would like to do?
Mazzy is going to take all of her wares and all of her gems and do a quick bit of elemental magic and form them into these al- almost if they were if you've ever seen like tal fuck, I can't remember any of the animals that I'm thinking, like armadillo or Wolverine, like those sorts of like 3-pronged claws,
Yeah.
just totally made of, rainbow gem and everything. Um, she's ready to fight, and this is the manifestation of the epic weapon that I got as part of that donation, Tina. Thank you.
Thanks, Tina.
And she's just gonna try to do some work on these creatures, assuming that they are hostile.
You can tell that they are hostile as they are starting to chase after people. Cool. So go ahead and roll 2d6 plus your prowess. Go ahead and roll smite your enemies.
Okay. That's a 9.
Okay. So on page 23 of our PDF, you get to choose one from that list, one effect. Exchange harm, protect yourself, crush them, gain an advantageous position, make an opening, or take something from your enemy.
I want to make an opening
Okay?
just for anyone, I guess for anyone who is trying to do something else, I think Mazzy has tried to draw the attention of these creatures to her as come fuck with me.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah.
So you slash at this creature and do 4 harm. This creature is disintegrated, like just drops into dust in front of you. Because hell yeah, epic weapons. But the dissipation of one of their buddies catches the attention of like 3 other shadow creatures, and now they are heading towards you. All right. Hadley, you haven't had a go yet. Do you have a thought?
Do okay, couple things. Fucking Emily donated $100. I knew she was gonna be the first one to do it. So give me a second.
What are you? Oh
She
God!
donated for the Malort. Thank you. It's only fucking 1:30 in the afternoon, but I'll be right back. Oh God. Disgusting.
Appreciate you, Emily. Thanks for helping us raise money for the
Oh
kids.
my God. Ugh. It's so bad. My tongue burns. Ugh. All right.
You just
You
essentially paint
You want
thinner.
someone else to go?
Yeah. No, I'm good. I'm good. Hadley is going to seeing these shadows kind of start to morph, and as they're a little bit further away from the bean in that garden, that huge garden area in the Millennium Park. They are going to turn to that group that they had just left, sigh, knowing that the mortals are probably a little in danger. Fuck. And yell to them, I just remembered, if you go into the greenhouses and let Janine know that I sent you, you'll get free tickets to entrance, but you have to go now. Convincing them to get off the path and away from anything before initiating that epic gift, which I chose armor.
Cool.
I'm not sure how that does that anything mechanically, but I figure we'll come to that when it comes to it.
Mechanically,
It's
you
-2 to
reduce
harm.
Awesome.
any attack on you is -2 harm. So I assume that you're using fake news.
Oh,
your special
100%
move.
using fake news.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Then not only do I need you to roll sway someone with a +1. No. Oh, with Fate's Favor instead of a
Favor.
+1.
Mm-hmm. So that's 3d6.
So roll 3d6 and take the 2 highest.
And that is with awe.
That is with awe, so you're
See,
rolling
I'm
with
getting
a
it.
+2.
I'm getting it.
We learning.
So that's a 4 is my highest number. So
Okay.
6. So 6.
Well, so what are the 2 highest dice?
4 and a 2.
Okay, so 6 + 2 + 2 because you have a +2 bonus.
Oh, you get to add
is-
that. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Got it.
Yeah.
I forgot. Yes, it's not
Yeah.
advantage. It's you add those 2d6. Got it. See, I thought I knew it. And then we'll get there, guys. I'll get
Look,
there. I'll
man,
learn this system.
Violet and I are the only ones that have ever played Powered by the Apocalypse games. We're learning on the fly. But that's why I'm running this game.
Yes.
And not one of our other lovely, literally all of the people on this call have DM'd before. And so you rolled an 8, which means they kind of look at you like questioningly. You're like, that, I think even the mom is like, that can't possibly be true. But eventually the kid seems like really into plants, like has like a little flower that they tucked out of the that they had like pulled out of like a tree or whatever, and goes, mom, we gotta go to the greenhouse, and just starts tugging. And so they're like, okay, fine, we'll go to the greenhouse, and they start heading out. But there are probably, between the 4 of you, you can probably see like a dozen of these shadow monsters that have all popped up within your sight collectively. Bert is also racing around trying to like encourage people to leave. Bert's a little weird though. Of course, I suppose in the fantasy of this universe, mortals do not see divinity unless they want to. Generally, they don't want what they don't know isn't going to hurt them. So they just see this like how tall do you think the automaton is? I can't hear you, bud.
5'4". He's a shorter guy.
There we go. So they just see this like 5'4" guy running around and just being like, everyone's gotta get out, everyone's gotta get out. And they don't realize that it's a 3D printer with a gelatinous cube and some wheels. Because that's the automaton that you've created as far as I understand it.
5 people. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but Mazzy, the ones around you are all definitely going to start taking swipes at you. So go ahead and roll 2d6 plus metal to see if you can somehow dodge out of the way.
Oh yeah, 13.
13. You duck, they all swipe above you, and you're ready to go. If you want to leave, you can. If you want to take another swipe, you can. What would you like to do here?
Swipe left.
Yeah,
I'm
you
gonna
are.
roll 2d6 plus my prowess to fling a small group of enemies out of my way. Collateral damage isn't just a philosophy, it's a way of life. So let's see what I get here. I've got +2 to my prowess.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay. So that is 9 plus 2 is 11.
11. Dope. That's a full
Um,
success.
On a 10 plus, deal 2 harm to everyone in the group, knocking them prone.
Yes. And
If you have an epic weapon, you may
which you
choose
do.
one option from Smite Your Enemies.
So you can choose to exchange harm, protect yourself, crush them in an advantageous position, make an opening, or take something from your enemy.
I'm going to crush them in hopes that it just outright kills them.
It outright kills them.
Yeah.
You. So describe to me how you like blast them all back.
The bean is close enough to the water that I think her elemental powers can pull up a good chunk of water, goes way up into the sky, and just the sheer force of that much water going straight down into them, targeted. She knows that there are people around, so she's trying to limit the collateral damage, but it definitely destroys the concrete beneath them and just fucking, like probably like hit a water main or some shit. But
Okay, I'm gonna roll with that. There is now just like the
I'm gonna
concrete is
fix that
destroyed, and
later.
there's just like a ginormous, like when you would unhook a fire or unlock a fire hydrant, and it would just start spurting out water. That's essentially what it is. It's essentially just a big geyser. Now in the middle of Millennium Park, it's fine, probably.
It's job security for Silas. We're really helping out.
There's so much fun.
That's a common response from Silas constantly.
Yeah. All right. So we're down to at least only what you've destroyed 4 already. So let's say we're down to 8. Who else has a
So,
who else would like to do something?
with Tina's donation, we each got a thing. Is that correct?
Yes, everyone gets a new gift.
Okay, because I was also going to take an epic weapon.
Hell, yeah, you are.
She reaches behind herself, and y'all think it, to the common eye, it looks like an umbrella, but as she grabs it, she whirls what looks like a large like reaper scythe around. As
Yes.
the shadow that scratched her and, probably ripped one of her favorite shirts, she's just gonna try to take it down.
Oh yeah. Roll me a smite your enemies roll. 2d6 plus prowess.
So that is 5.
5. Okay. So, unfortunately, you are going to take that swing and it is going to dart out of the way very quickly. And it will it is going to dart at you and yeah, it's just gonna take another swipe at you. Because that's what happens when you miss. So go ahead and take one more harm. So you're at 2 total, I think.
Yeah.
Keep in mind.
Honestly, I rode really good in the last session I played, so this is just about
Keep in mind that anytime you roll doubles, you do get a thread. And anytime that you do something epic, you also get a thread. Violet, absolutely take a thread. You've done an epic thing already.
That roll should have +1 forward from because that my first roll make an opening +1 forward to anyone who follows my lead. I believe.
Okay, I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Them would be following my lead.
I will give you that. So that would take it to a 6. So now, Court, one of the things that you have an option to do right now is you can do one of 3 things. You can purchase Fate's Favor by donating $1, and you can roll a 3rd dice. You can purchase an ongoing +1 or a +1 to any roll for $5. Alternatively, you can use that +1 that Terry rolled or that Terry gave us and make it a nice 7.
I will use my +1 from Terry.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
That's a mixed success. We like a mixed success in this game. So, on a 7 to 9, choose one from the Smite Your Enemies list. You can either exchange harm, protect yourself, crush them, gain an advantageous position, make an opening, or take something from your enemy.
I am going to make an opening.
Mm-hmm.
By forwarding the +1 to whoever follows my move.
Hell yes. So let's say
yeah.
something like what you followed Mazzy's lead in attacking it, and now you are demonstrating what maybe your other fellow demigod should be doing. So
she's paying it forward,
she's paying it forward, man. But the thing is, epic weapons deal 4 harm, which means this thing is disintegrated.
All right.
So 7. Silas or Hadley?
All right. As Bert comes running around the park after clearing out some people, I give him the instruction to use my crafty ability to try and make a light base like bomb of sorts to roll at a group of shadow creatures.
Okay.
So I am
So
going to
roll 2d6 plus metal.
And I get Fate's Favor because I have the epic tools of Bert's 3D printer.
Hell yeah, you do.
Nice.
So that is a 13.
Fuck yeah. Okay,
Jesus.
so on a 10 plus, pick 2 features.
So it's autonomous and harmful, so it just goes over to them, has a nice bright light explosion that harms everyone within a radius.
Yeah. So
And
Bert starts thinking about this, and you can hear all the parts within the 3D printer like whirring. Now, you've souped this thing up. You're an artisan, man. You know how to make things go, and you know how to make things go fast. So this light bomb is here like now. And you're pretty damn confident it's gonna work. So, what I will say is, there is a kind of a group of 3 that are all kind of clustered up nearby. Roll me 2d6 per, roll me a smite your enemies roll 2d6 plus prowess.
9.
9? That's still a mixed success. You can choose one. Would you like to exchange harm, protect yourself, crush them, gain an advantageous position, make an opening, or take something from your enemy?
Would that get the forward?
Yeah, I'll give you the forward.
So then that's 10, which is I'll take my +1 from Terry, which makes it a 10. And that's a full success.
Hell yeah, it is.
Thanks, Terry.
So pick 3.
One second, I gotta find them again.
They're on page 23 of the PDF.
Let's see. Can I exchange harm, gain an advantageous position because they're disoriented from the light, and there's also an opening because of the light, as well as they've exchanged harm, and I've tried to crush them with blinding light.
So this light bomb pops off, and y'all have to like, whether you're facing it or not, you can tell. Oh my god, there's so much light. If you are facing it, you do have to like kind of.
I pulled down my
shield your eyes.
I have.
And apparently, we're using a balding mask. Tell me you grew up with a mechanic father without telling me you grew up with a mechanic father. Spencer and I have the same father. This is why I know things. And those creatures are all just gone. They are like, there's not even like little shadowy powder. They've just vaporized because light. Shadow creatures, man. Maybe not a fan of light. So that takes us down to what? 4? Takes us down to 4. Hadley, ideas?
Hadley is going to grumble. A question for you, Jazz. Would the last move I made be considered causing a distraction? I didn't roll great.
Duh.
So I'm okay if you say no.
I'm gonna say no because you're distracting a small family.
A small family. Okay, cool. That is one of my thread gains, so I figured I would check first.
Yes, please.
Hadley, seeing everyone starting to engage in combat and not being great at it, grumbles and kind of like mutters under their breath, like, fucking just was not ready for this, and will, completing kind of a run jog towards where everybody else is, come up behind one of the shadows and take their bag, pull it off their shoulder and use it like a giant like a morning star basically, and just swing it by the strap and just like try and careen through this thing with the weight of everything that's in it.
I love you. I love this bottomless bag. Roll smite your enemies.
Perfect. I'm awful at it. So it's going to be great.
You're not awful. There's no negative
There's
involved.
no negative. Yeah, that's the other one. Okay, so 2d6. 9 plus I'm going to use Terry's +1 for a 10.
Oh, yes. Let's go. Exchange harm, protect yourself, crush them, gain an advantageous position, make an opening, take something from your enemy. You get to choose 3.
Let's do... Okay. Let's do make an opening, since there are a couple left. Let's do exchange harm, and then protect yourself.
Perfect. So, I mean, how do I want to do this? So this is not an epic weapon.
No. At all.
This is probably, we'll call it a demigod melee attack.
Okay.
So that is 2 harm. This thing is definitely uh looks like it's about ready to collapse. Um but it does still get a swipe at you. Luckily that describe your epic armor for me. How does this hit your epic armor?
It is as they had kind of like almost set it off. It's this they actually have a necklace that is a small spider, and touching it allows for like this divine. Actually, it's funny because it's almost like instead of a glow, it is a shadow similar to what has been cropping up, but it takes the form of a spider. Like the spider gets bigger and the legs kind of wrap around their body as in like this big spider hug, creating this chess piece.
Yes.
And as the shadow just like swings out to like lash out, it cuts through these shadows that like almost give off like a displacement feature.
Yes, I love this. Yes, I'm living for that. So you don't take the harm because you have the epic armor involved.
Yes.
So now they are all going to swing at. So there are 4 left. There are 4 of you, which means everyone should make a metal roll for me, or a perform under pressure. So 2d6 plus metal to see if they take a swipe at any of you and successfully hit.
6.
11.
Okay. Perf. You're muted, Court.
8.
Okay.
Sorry, Max started sleep barking. 9.
It's so cute. As I will say, if anyone wants to, just as a general rule, if anyone wants to buy a Fortune's Favor real quick or buy that +1, just shout it out at me and keep track of all the money that you need to donate for after the stream.
Yes.
Because that's what I did last year, because it was too much to be like, hey, I need to log in and do another $5 donation.
Yeah, it's just easier. 100%.
It's just easier for players to do it at the end of the game. So, who rolled 6 or lower?
Me.
No, you rolled an 8, didn't you?
No, I rolled a 6.
Yeah.
Oh, Violet,
Yeah, Sam rolled a 6.
I rolled a 6.
So it is going to take a swipe at you again. It does hit you, but it clinks off your armor once again. But it's also going to just push you. So you kind of stumble backwards, and now you're kind of like in between 2 of them. Like they would get advantage on you if that was a thing that happened in this game. It's not. Those with the 8. You do. So Violet, you had an 8. Court, you had a 9.
Mm-hmm.
Great. So, you both end up out of the way unharmed. But as you do that, I'm trying to look at your sheets. Okay. So, nope. Hadley, Silas, Mazzy. Had to find the name. Where's Jago in all of this?
Not here. Probably
Okay.
back at home or whatever. I think we've got some sort of den underground
Mhm.
that I usually just call them. But when I'm selling my wares, I usually don't bring along my pet crocodile who speaks.
You know, that's fair. So we're gonna say, Emo, you also get pushed by one of these creatures, but you end up just soaking from this wonderful geyser that your friend has accidentally created. So you're just soaked right now. And I don't know. Other jackets in the ring are not my favorite. Um, so no major effect, but it's just a pain in the ass.
Wet combat boots aren't comfortable either.
Wet combat
Oh,
boots
you're gonna
are
get
the
blisters.
worst.
I know.
Oh no. And Violet, Nazi, it takes you a little bit longer than you were expecting to like extricate yourself from this attack. So whatever you do next, you're gonna roll with Fortune's disfavor. So you'll roll 3d6 and take the lowest two on your next roll. And Silas, you're out of the way. You're free. You're in the clear. Because you did well.
Haha.
Ah, all right. Fire's turns. Who wants to do what? There are 4 left.
Oh god.
One that's been basically knocked out by a bag, but is still woozily standing.
Are they kind of near each other?
Yeah, they're all starting to kind of like, as much as they can, they're trying to like collect you more or less. They're trying to get you into one area. So they all kind of have like surrounded you in a way, except it's more or less one-on-one at this point, so it's only kind of surrounding.
So, okay. Since these are shadows likely summoned by a death god, which I discerned from my previous rolls, can I discern that they were likely souls at some point that had lives?
Sure.
So, given that, can I use my what will be move and stun a small group as their lives flash before their eyes?
Fuck yes, you can.
Yes.
What do you have to roll for that? 2d6 plus judgment. Let's go.
So, okay. Me dice is smarter than that. That's going to be a 7.
Okay. Okay. On a 7 and 9, the group is stunned until interfered with or a minute passes. So everyone just kind of freezes.
We have
You
a
don't
minute.
think there's a lot of time. Yep.
Yeah, we don't have much time, but
What's the plan?
we need to regroup and form some kind of plan.
This isn't you, Hadley?
It seems like I could just smash one of them. Seems like
Guess isn't. Yeah.
I'm gonna smash one.
Let's go. Roll
Do
2d. Roll your smite your enemies.
That is an 8.
Okay. So you
Uh,
get to go ahead.
So I'm going to deal damage but protect myself.
Perfect.
So I deal 4
So
damage.
yeah,
With my epic
the
weapon.
one in front of you is you take this big swing at it, and the shadowy head comes off first, and then the rest of the body just
A lot easier when they can't move.
falls.
Thanks, Emo.
A lot easy. All right, 3 left.
She got pissed. She has wet socks and combat boots. She probably just stomped her foot really hard and just was like, "Stop!" And then they all just froze in place.
Yeah, they're all considering their mortality and questioning their judgment.
Mazzy's gonna try to take one out with a swing.
Okay.
With disfavor. Ooh, oh, I just want to see if I can't show this.
Oh, damn.
Dang.
Okay, so that's an 11 anyway.
Yeah.
Make sure you
Dang.
mark a thread. Make sure you mark a thread because you rolled doubles.
It's actually
Um,
13, which means
eh.
it's godlike.
Yeah, it is. Get it, man.
So yeah, go ahead.
13, you select all of the options.
All of the options. Great. So what I will say is you go to slice into this one that Hadley had already kind of hit, and as you go to slice into it, you also slice into the one next to it, and both are done. Both are gone.
Yes.
Yeah, they are.
Love it.
And so whoever takes the last hit gets a +1 going forward with this lovely opening that Desi has created for you.
I'll sighing again. Unbelievable. Will they'll reach into the bag and pull out after having taken a quick trip to Boys Town. Take out one of those giant drag fans, clack it open, and just slice through it.
That's
Oh
so
yeah,
bad.
roll it for me.
Try
roll me
to
to smite your
anyway.
enemies.
Try to anyway.
Let's go, Sam.
7.
I'll take it. So choose one.
We'll do we'll do make an opening in case somebody else needs to finish this thing off. It's not a great attack, so
It is still +2 harm, which means this guy's looking real rough. Someone else bop him.
yeah,
I
Hadley will
can
kind of
go
spin
in.
out of the way and
I can go in for that last move.
Perfect.
She's gonna take that scythe that she has, swing it around to try to get him gone.
Hey,
Fuck's sake. I rolled a 5. And then is
give
it
a
plus 1? So
+1.
6?
Mhm.
Nothing.
Okay, I was just waiting to see if you were going to call something. Um, so unfortunately, you do miss, and
That's
it
what I
is
got
going
for
to
rolling
try.
3 natural 20s in a row on the last session.
you had to pay for it.
Yeah.
So it is going to take your miss as an opportunity to swipe
Isn't
at
it
you again.
paralyzed?
No, yeah, you're right. No, so you just miss.
On us, it would have become unparalyzed as soon as Hadley hit it.
That's true. You're right. So it does go to take that extra swipe at you and does one further harm.
Right. We're at 3 harm, y'all.
Well,
Good news. I know some people who can fix that. All right, let's go. Someone hit it.
Mazzy does a very, very loud whistle and calls Dago to try to get it from underneath.
Okay, so
yes.
y'all know Doggo
I mean, like,
is a sentient crocodile.
Amazing.
Sapient, sentient, whatever word means that it knows how to talk to you.
Sapient.
That one. And so so you see something dark and discoloring the geyser water that's just popping out, and up comes this cool ass crocodile, and then it just like lands on the ground next to you. What do you do with it?
Gonna have it go try to eat the last one.
Hell yeah! Roll me a smite your enemies.
Yeah.
7 plus 2, and then I'm gonna take Terry's +1.
I assume you didn't do that already. I haven't been keeping track, I'll be honest. So that is a 10 plus. Then, yeah, Doggo, the crocodile, just jumps at this thing, big old jaws open, and takes a huge bite out of it. And you hear more of like the sound of teeth coming together because there's nothing for it to hang on to as this shadow person disintegrates. You look around, there are no more. But it's still relatively like clouded over, and the shadows around the area still feel like they're bigger than maybe they should be. You don't get the same impression of like that like anything else is going to pop out of it. But you do know that there are there's like more areas of shadow in that are bigger than maybe they should be, would normally be on any other day. What do you do?
Bert, where you at? Bert walks over. Anyone hurt? Anyone else?
No,
No,
All right.
just emo.
Emo had a rough go of it.
Listen.
I extend the print head of Bert's 3D printer like a hose and go to cauterize the wound if Emo will let me in an attempt to heal them.
You're gonna rub some dirt in it.
Yep, I'm gonna rub some dirt in it, aka
All right.
cauterize the
Roll
wound.
Yes, roll 2d6 plus
That
metal.
is a 4 + 4 + 3, so that is an 11.
Dang.
All right.
You get
Erase 2 harm.
Alright.
Or 2 health back.
Fabulous.
Totally okay.
All right.
What the hell was that?
Told you shouldn't be on top of the bean.
I didn't call them by sitting on top of the bean.
They weren't here when you weren't up there, so.
Well, you're the one that asked me to get down.
It wasn't your boss.
No, he would.
Eventually. Gotta keep the bean safe. Dad'll get upset if we break it again. There was
Oh, yeah.
last year.
That was not our fault.
Yeah, I know, but it was my job to prevent it from being broken in the first place, and broke, so. Here we are. Anyways.
It worked though, didn't it?
Yeah, we got it working again.
Does anybody have any idea where these come from?
Underworld, as far as I could discern. Unsure from which, but I don't think Hades would have sent them. At least not after me. Probably.
Is it noticeably darker than it was 2 hours ago?
It's noticeably darker than it was 5 minutes ago. It's like there's a storm coming in, like the dark storm clouds, but it hasn't quite broken yet.
Is it foggy at all?
No.
Okay. Can I have Bert create some sort of handheld floodlight so we can see?
Sure. Roll. I'm
Crafty
looking at the
check.
wrong sheet. That one.
Use 6+ metal at Fortune's favor because of divine tools, which is a
Hell yeah.
8. So 1 feature, 1 bug.
Mhm.
I was expecting it to work a lot better than it did. So it's pretty long range, but it is handheld, so it's not as useful as I thought it'd be.
Okay, cool. And Bird just presents you this really bright
oh,
light that you have to hold.
I thought it would be bigger than this, and I thought it would just exist, but okay.
I hope Bert is really proud of everything he makes.
Oh, Bert is so
always.
proud.
No matter
He just
what
grins
it
at you.
is.
This is the face I get if I'm not pleased with his creations, and I can't disappoint Bert. So
He reminds me of Janet from The Good Place.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, here it is.
Here's the cactus.
Does it work? I don't know.
Exactly.
Yes.
Well, do we want to reinvestigate the beam now that we have light?
Emo, you want to try to pierce the veil and.
Nope.
You want to try to pierce.
Wait.
Fine, I can't do this accent.
You don't have to. We get it.
Pierce the veil.
It's probably a good idea.
Hey, roll it for me.
Before you do that, can I zoom in enhance to try and give you a +1, which is one of my abilities?
Yep.
Nice.
Absolutely.
Cool.
2d6 plus metal.
15. 6
Excuse me, did you roll
6 plus 6 plus 3.
You did roll doubles. Also, you rolled doubles twice. Make sure you mark 2
Oh, great.
threats.
Thank you.
Because guess what? Maybe you can get another advancement. Or spend 1 for Fate's Favor.
That is true.
Or other things. Yeah, so Court, you get a +1 to your
So you get a +1 ongoing for the rest of the scene.
Oh, sweet. So,
so for the rest of this scene, you will add +1 to all your rolls.
That is not great. A
Mm.
total of what is it? 7.
Okay, that's still a mixed success. So you get 2 more questions from Pierce the Veil about the situation in general.
All right. Where did this thing come from?
Mm-hmm. So this is divine magic. These were conjurations. You are like 99% sure that this is some god's doing.
Right.
You are if you ask me your other question and I'm going to come back to this one so I can figure out how to answer it.
Did that last time. What is the greatest danger with this thing?
Yeah, so the greatest danger seems to be the darkness. The darkness that does seem to be growing from, like, it's growing outward. Like, if you look at the bean, there's, you know, that little shadow that's supposed to be under it, but it's, like, almost getting wider. Like, it is in a full circle, like, around the bean in a way that defies shadow physics.
Shadow physics.
So you get the impression that whoever is behind this shadow, these shadows, they are coming for the Bean, Millennium Park, Chicago. You're not quite sure the expansiveness of it. But you know that, look, man, someone's doing a spooky. And if you get close to the shadow, especially around the bean, you hear those voices again. The one that you thought you heard on the wind earlier, but something or someone is saying, "Find her."
She closes her eyes for a second to make sure she heard what she thinks she heard, and she just turns to her friends, hands on her hips. Well, we have a problem.
What?
Whole city's probably in danger, and the darkness is the greatest danger. I mean, look at it. It was perfectly sunny earlier. Shadows appeared, and suddenly this darkness has gotten greater. Look at the shadow under the bean. It's way bigger than it should be. But on top of that, I just keep hearing on the wind, find her. I don't know who her is, but I think somebody is asking for our help.
Can I shine my floodlight under the bean?
Yeah.
Does the light illuminate under the bean, or is the shadow overpower it?
It does. So yes, a little bit of both. It does illuminate some of that darkness, and in the direct the direct place where the beam is, the beam of light, not the bean, the big metal
Beam
thing.
of light.
Bean of light?
The where the beam of light is hitting, it will cut straight through. You can see the concrete under it. but only in that very limited circle of the beam. So, but you can tell that like this shadows are not operating the way that they're supposed to.
For anyone listening at home who might not understand, the bean is also what we call cloud gate. I can't imagine there's anyone in the world who knows it better as cloud gate than the bean.
No one. It's the bean.
It's the bean.
So, I guess we need to figure out who her is. And who's creating these shadows and stop them before it not only decimates our temple and our spindle, but the entire city. I don't really want to move again. I kind of like it here, you know?
Um, gonna Mazzy would like to try to bend fate, I think is what I want to be doing here.
Okay. Rolling with weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Oh.
Let's go, Mazzy.
Oh my god. Just another.
Are we doing doubles
Oh
again?
my
All right.
god.
Take your thread.
So that is my 5th thread, so now I get an advancement.
Oh hell yeah. Let me know what that is when you figure it out.
And okay, bend fate, yep, on a 10 plus you have 2 boons, 1 bane. So I'm gonna take
We can kind of play with. So you know what weird does in Apocalypse World. We can treat it like that because these things are not totally applicable in this situation.
Sure. I'm gonna take Fate's Disfavor on the next roll.
Okay.
And I want to give Hadley Fate's Favor.
Mhm.
And does anyone still need healing?
I mean, I still have 1 harm.
Then I will heal your 1 harm.
Appreciate you.
I'm a
Okay.
Shay, if you allow me. It says boon heal 1 harm. I don't have harm.
That's fine. I'll let it happen.
But so how Mazzy is going to do this is she's going to kind of make a mirror of water and is trying to commune with it and trying to get answers from the elements as to who the fuck her
Mhm.
is and was.
Mhm.
And I ask Emo to place their hand on the mirror since they are both harmed and were the one who had the connection to the shadow.
Yeah.
She'll definitely place her hand on the mirror as requested.
Okay. So are you trying to reach anyone in particular? Are you trying to like talk to anyone through this mirror? Or
Trying to talk to the
are you just kind
elements.
of reaching into the ether?
Into the ether, trying to use the elements to get a lead. It's Chicago, there's water all along the city. Hopefully the
Yeah.
water knows who her is.
Sure. So thanks. So you are particularly in tune with earth and water. Yes, right?
See.
I didn't make that up. So you two things. As you're like leaning down and kind of tugging on the um or you're trying to commune with the elements, two things happen. One, you feel very heavy, like the earth is trying to pull you down into it. It is trying to make that connection with you and tell you something. The other thing that happens is the geyser that is still going off stops. And then you can see, excuse me for the people who live in Chicago, this is where I get a little futzy with the geography.
That's okay.
You can see there's a subway station nearby within eyesight where I'm forgetting all of my words. The not the grate, the manhole cover shoots off in another like geyser of water, like it's trying to get your attention.
Ah, okay. I think we need to go in the subway. Or under, or at least that way. Go that way. See that manhole? That wasn't supposed to happen normally. Just in case anyone is unfamiliar with manholes.
Is Dago taking the lead?
I was gonna say, I
Yeah.
thought that was a New York thing with the alligators in subways and sewers.
I was just making a joke with it.
Please, they're probably in Chicago too.
They're all in Lake Michigan. Thank you.
All right, so are you headed in that direction?
Let's listen to the weird water.
Okay, now I know I just have to find it.
I'm gonna put a poncho on Bert to keep him dry.
He just 3D prints one for himself real quick.
I love Bert.
I love Bert.
Bert needs to meet one of our other DMs NPCs. So Michael, who's going to be DMing our next session, has a golem named Murchie. Murchie sells merch for his bard. I need Bert and Murchie to meet because they both make me happy.
If
Bert
we
Murchie
raise
next to
Bert and Murchie sounds like
Yeah.
a great
Bert and
story.
Murchie.
yeah.
Yes.
I was gonna say, this is like if we do that idea that we're toying around with where we bring characters back.
Yes.
We'll just bring
Yep.
Silas and the Bard together.
Yep.
How that's gonna work? I don't know. That doesn't sound like my job. Violet, okay, so two things. Mostly just one thing. You have a move called Safe Passage.
Correct.
I convince you to roll that as you are trying to travel safely through your element that is the earth.
Absolutely.
And because you have a
Also-
steed, you roll with Fate's favor.
Excellent. Also, for my advancement, going to take an epic shield,
Oh yeah.
and that manifests on Mazzy's back as like pangolin plates.
Nice.
awesome.
I love that.
Okay, rolling safe passage. What is that? My medal?
2d6 plus metal.
One. Okay, plus one medal. 10.
Great. So
there tomorrow.
you lead everyone down into the subway. And you get down there and something feels like a train comes, but something feels wrong about getting on that train. So you don't get on it. What you do instead is start wandering through the tunnels of the subway. And your element, man, when you take one wrong step in the wrong direction, you can feel like a discomfort of like you just know you're going the wrong direction. The earth is trying to tell you that you are going in the wrong direction. So you wind through and you end up off the tracked path that this train would come through. And you end up in there are plenty of unused tunnels in underneath Chicago that there are old freight tunnels that are just kind of all ended up connected. These are dark tunnels. You can hear water rushing nearby, which almost gives you a sense of comfort, Mazzy, because you know that your elements are both here with you. But as you're moving through the darkness, you're hearing more whispers that you can't quite grasp onto you can't quite grasp onto exactly what they're saying, but all four of you can get the impression that someone is trying to encourage you to find her, seek her out, stop her. So as you are moving through these rusted rail lines with old lights that flicker, some in ways that maybe they're not meant to, but they're old. Maybe it's normal, or maybe the entire city is falling into darkness. One of the two. You pass these broken, outdated signs, and Mazzy, once again, you're kind of comforted by the faint smell of damp earth, your favorite thing. And there are long shadows everywhere, including ones that maybe are a little longer than they're supposed to be. But you end up coming to this little offshoot alcove that has it looks almost like an abandoned houseless encampment where there is a tent kind of in one corner. There's like a bin where someone would maybe make fire in it to keep them warm, and there are just remnants of what look like maybe someone lived here at one point. What do you all do?
Or you got
Can I
something?
look through the guy's stuff?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, go for it.
Is that a judgment roll or?
I will. Do I want you to pierce the veil? Yeah, let's do roll pierce the veil for me. 2d6 plus judgment.
3
Total?
total.
Oh,
1
Great.
plus 2 plus 0.
Okay, so here's the thing. You still do get to ask one of the questions listed in the on page 24 of the PDF.
There you go. Top question. What happened to this place recently?
Yes. So this place, you're not sure that anything has happened recently, and that's part of the problem. Is that this place feels abandoned. How do you rifle through the stuff?
Uh,
Tell me about that process.
going through whatever bedding there is. Is there
Mhm.
like a tent or a cot, or there wouldn't be a tent,
Mhm.
but a cot? See if there's any like personal effects.
Yeah. So there is this little there is actually a little tent there. You start going through it and you find these like long stringy hairs. It like someone would just shed kind of naturally. Um so what I will say is that there was someone here recently. You just don't see them right now.
Well, there's someone here with long blonde hair, maybe? I don't know. Dark down here.
It's dark.
Um, but they've been gone for a while. I don't really know much else.
Mazzy would like to look for cockroaches or mice to speak to.
Mhm. Okay. Um roll me Just roll me a luck check. Just roll straight 2d6.
Can I provide aid there?
Sure. Before you do that, then Violet, roll 2d6 plus however many tangles you have.
Again?
God damn it, Violet.
Holy
Okay,
Maybe don't
well,
need this aid, but
yeah, apparently don't need the aid. You bend down and there is like like not an abandoned, but a cat who just like peers out of the darkness and just comes up and starts, doing the cat thing of intertwining between your legs and rubbing up against you.
Oh, hey there, kitty. Do you know who was here before us? Was someone dangerous come along and scare everyone away?
No, no one dangerous. Just the Oracle. He was
What
here.
is it? There's an oracle here?
Yes, this is the Oracle's house.
Oh, cold blimey, everyone. Apparently this is the oracle's house.
The
Conveniently, we're
others of you,
demigods.
the others of you just hear like Mazzy meowing at this cat, like peace. Peace, peace.
Do you know what happened to the oracle? I don't know what this fucking accent is doing. Do you know what happened to the oracle then?
Oh, she should be back soon. Maybe he comes and goes.
All right. Is there any other information you think I should know, Cat?
um.
Cat's like, wow, what a question.
I'm just sitting here looking at my notes, being like, "Can this cat give you anything else?"
it's like, don't eat the mice that look like they're missing
Don't
fur.
eat the mice. Um, it's been real dark down here lately, like darker than usual. Now that's not a problem for me, but it's been a problem for other people or other creatures. Creatures is the word I wanted.
Excellent. Uh, Pulls out a little bit of like beef jerky or something and
Hey, bacon.
gives the cat a treat.
And the cat happily noms on it.
Can I use my crafty feature to try and make a little like autonomous mouse that just goes in circles for this cat?
Fuck yes, you can.
Cute.
That is a 4+4 for a thread. +3 is an 11.
Alright, give me your two features.
So it's autonomous and beeping, but not too loud, and it's long range. We'll go with that. So
Cool.
autonomous and long
So,
range.
yeah, you just this little mouse comes out of the 3D printer and makes a little mouse noise. And you send it running off into the darkness, and the cat just darts off into the darkness to catch this thing. Is there anything anyone else wants to do here for the moment?
I don't think so. Just seems like we gotta kind of wait.
Shay, would you clarify anything that I've made so far as something cool?
Yes, all of it. Take your damn thread.
That's 5 threads.
Nice.
Okay, cool. Let me know what advancement you want to take. So as you are all just kind of trying to figure out what to do next, you hear a voice coming from, so like if you guys came this direction and are headed back that same direction, you hear a voice coming from the other direction, and being like, "Oh, hello, there aren't supposed to be people down here." And you turn around and you see what essentially looks like a houseless person who is very much layered up against the cold, big, heavy hat. Doesn't look like she looks like an older person, though you can't really place her age. And she is just looking at you all quizzically. Says, "What the hell are you doing here?"
We're looking for somebody.
We're walking here.
It's not New York. It's Chicago. Um,
No
And she-
ketchup.
Thin sliced pizza? No way. From Chicago.
Y'all are making me choke.
Sam's
she's just like,
damn it.
Just gonna let it happen.
We make fun because we love. Um,
Do you know the person
And-
that lived here? Specifically, right here.
I live here.
For how long? Because it seems like this has been abandoned for a bit.
I come and go. This is where I live.
Does this person's hair match the hair that Silas
It's
found?
very, very long. Like it hasn't been cut in a while.
Okay.
We're
Do you
gonna
know-
proceed to make her a brush.
That was so
Great.
bad.
Good. Brush. Check.
You know, happen to be some sort of oracle or something, right?
I mean, I don't think so. I get these blackouts sometimes, though, but no one's ever around when that happens. So I couldn't necessarily be like giving them prophecies, right? But as this hat,
I look at the group.
she doesn't fucking know what's going on. I'll tell you that right now because she, like, you just see her eyes go black, like pitch black, and she just freezes. And you
She freeze in
hear
place, or does she look like she's gonna fall? Because if she looks like she's gonna fall, I think I would like step forward. and
no,
kinda be
she
like,
she doesn't look like she's gonna fall necessarily, but she does just kind of freeze.
Okay.
And you hear her. She speaks again, but it comes with a kind of echo underneath it. And says, "She rises on wings of shadow and silence, the lady of the night. Her gaze falls on this city, seeking the heart of an ancient power buried beneath us all. The Spire, a beacon, a prison, hidden beyond most divine eyes. It does not wish to return, and yet she compels it. She knows you, children of gods, and she sees the light you carry. She seeks to snuff out that light, other divinities be damned. Find her before the year's last breath of balance, when day bows to night. Return to the place where your paths first crossed and embrace the shadow. Otherwise, The sacred spire will rise by her power, leaving the world in permanent darkness. She blinks a little bit and is just like, yeah. Oh, nothing strange here.
Oh,
Oh,
honey,
yeah.
there's
No
plenty strange
predictions or
here.
whatever.
Nothing at all.
No, of course not.
If you if you ever want a job, I know a guy.
What do you mean you know a guy? I mean, I also know guys.
No. I definitely know a guy that can help with the blackouts.
Oh, that'd be good. You're kind of annoying.
Yeah, yeah.
Do they happen often?
They come and go in frequency.
Is there a way that I could commune with my patron?
Hell yeah. Let's do a. What I think I want to do is just have you roll Bend Fate.
Bend
I
Fate?
don't necessarily want you to take the boons or the banes, but rolling 2d6 plus weird seems like the way to go.
She'll step back and just say, "Give me a minute." Don't fuck me, please, dice.
I really hope a 6 or under
Come on, dice.
is dialing the wrong number. You get the wrong one.
Yeah, I have his +0 to weird, and that is a 4. So what is that? 6 or under, choose 2. Yeah,
We're not gonna worry about those because we're kind of making this up as we go along.
I will say, if it helps, I know we talked about when we were character building. I took the Book of the Dead, which we had kind of established that she can communicate to Hades with.
Okay. Then do me a favor, roll with Fortune's favor. So roll one more d6.
Okay. So that's another 2. So what did I say before?
4.
4.
Yeah, well, yeah.
6.
6-ish. Okay, so you open your grimoire, your Book of the Dead that you use to communicate with Hades. How do you use that to communicate with him?
She probably takes out so she takes out probably a black sparkly gel pen, which he hates, but it gets his attention. And she flips to just a blank page towards the end. And she kind of chews on the end of the pen for a second, trying to figure out how best to get his attention where he will answer expeditiously. And so she says, "Need a chat. Lady of the Night problems? Question mark." That's all she says.
Okay.
Quite literal.
Oh, thank you, God, for posting that in the chat.
Yep, nope, I got you.
Yeah, I was gonna try to type it out, and then I was like, "Fuck."
No, it was. Look, that prophecy got real long real fast when I was writing it. So, you are used to getting kind of this inky, pure black, the color that Dickbag, who built the bean, also copyrighted. Is that that's that same guy?
Mm-hmm.
The darkest black. You're used to getting the darkest black response back. You don't get a dark black response back. You get sparkly pink.
The pinkest pink back.
And it says, "Oh dear, Lady of the Night problems. What have you gotten yourself into, Amelia?" You know this is your mother. You know this
Yeah,
is
yeah.
Aphrodite.
Yeah. She just goes, "Mother." And then she just like writes back, "Show up."
Um,
And then she puts, "Please?" question mark.
please. What would you when you do talk to your mother, I know your relationship is strained to say the least. Is there any place that you go in particular to talk to her?
Um, I think that Aphrodite, being who she is, probably quite enjoys a good dessert.
Hmm.
And so they probably go to enjoy a nice greasy meal and slice of chocolate cake at Portillo's.
Yes, love it. Um, so you get the answer back. It just says, "I want cake," and of course you know what that means.
And then she just writes, "See you soon."
Hmm.
She'll close her book and then look at her friends. Anybody up for Portillo's?
Oh yeah, I'd love a shake that's solid.
Does Hadley
Milkshake,
know what that
perhaps?
means?
What
Like
cake
going to Port?
means?
Yeah, what cake means?
I can't imagine. I guess you tell me. Or does she know what that means?
Um,
Does
so
do they know what they mean?
Emo, she spends a lot of time with her friends, but I think every time she meets up with her mother, she probably tries to sneak away. Aphrodite's a lot.
Okay.
Um, and I think Hadley perhaps is because they spend a lot of time together and throw parties together, etc., etc.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
Hadley's probably starting to connect the dots.
Yeah.
And if anybody was standing near and caught the sparkly pink writing in her book, they might get more than an
It ain't
inkling
hard to
of who
figure
this
out,
is.
man.
Yeah.
All right. Then in that case, Sadly, you've probably got a pretty good idea of what's going on.
Yeah.
Um uh Mazzy and Silas, depending on how close you were. You've seen pink writing, and it's probably safe to assume whoever's writing in this book is not a death god.
I
Not the
hate
one
he's
she
his
was trying to
favorite
get in
color
touch with.
isn't pink.
Look, man, people have
Listen,
multitudes.
he accidentally grabbed Persephone's pen,
Yeah.
regretted it immediately, but just it was already in his hand.
Didn't want to pick
Yes.
it up again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you head back. You guys can head back out of the subway, the abandoned subway station, um, and you head to Portillo's. Um, Again, excuse me. I don't know that I've ever actually been to a Portillo's. I did a quick Google search of the menu though, so
I had Portillo's for
just
lunch.
It's literally
yeah, you
like
did.
it's literally what you eat when you may have been like gardening.
Mm.
But or like you've been imbibing with some drinky drinks, but it's like
Mhm,
just like
mhm,
really good like
mhm.
trash food.
Yeah. There is nothing that Aphrodite doesn't love, if not trash food. Um,
Yeah.
I love that.
so you all get to the closest Portillo's, or the specific one where you go to talk to your mother, and there is a booth kind of in the back corner, where you see this very tall, beautiful blonde woman, like would be supermodel if her beauty could be fully appreciated by mortals. Um, just sitting there with piece of cake, big old piece of
Um
chocolate cake, and when she looks up, and sees you coming, she just gives you a nice little wave. Sit, sit, my darling.
Brought my friends, hope you don't mind.
No, of course not. I had heard about this. Ooh, 4 demigods all together.
Well, guys, this is my mom.
Or you gotta wait
Ah,
outside
right.
with Doggo. Sorry.
Burnt doggo just
Make
hanging
sure he
out.
doesn't run off.
Thank
I guess they can talk to each other.
you.
Do-
Doggo's actually smarter than Bert. Doggo, keep an eye on Bert.
Yeah.
The Void Kitty looks so cozy right now.
The Void Kitty
He is
very
so
cozy.
cozy. Where is mine? Oh, mine's over there, just passed out
And
on the couch.
No.
probably at that moment you guys realize the reason that Emo is so pale is because her hair is naturally the same color as her mother's, not black.
I like this pink you've got going on, though.
Well, you know, Mother, I stick to my roots a little bit.
Ooh, this one's nice too, and is just kind of pointing at the cotton candy pink and blue. Those are lovely colors, dear.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Anyway,
So you rang.
why did you have Hades' book?
Oh, we were just hanging out, you know, talking about you, as we do. He left it.
You were telling him that he should fire me again so that I wouldn't have to work in his realm, weren't you?
I mean, look, it's so dark and dank down there, and I just don't understand why you like it. You could do so much better.
Mom, first of all, I get to play with Cerberus whenever I want to. And
That is
secondly,
maybe the only upside.
that's not true. I mean, Elysium is really nice and they have really good nectar. But that's not the point of this meeting, Mom. We met the Oracle. She lives in the sewers, by the way, so Lord Apollo should probably find her. Help her out.
I had heard she was down there. In the subway, right?
Yeah. Didn't catch her name.
Oh, I
Anyway,
don't know that she has one. I think she's just the Oracle.
she doesn't seem to understand that she's an Oracle, but we got attacked by shadows earlier at the bean. Sorry, Cloud King.
You know we prefer that name here, but the bean is fine. I know what you're talking about. Shadows, you say.
And, well, Hadley, did you write it down?
Hadley will recite and like has been like grinning from ear to ear at this whole like the whole time, knowing exactly who is sitting at this booth, having like once or twice failed to follow Emo to like wherever she sneaks off to. Just like Cat ate the canary, just the curliest grin, will recite the the prophecy as much as they can remember of it.
Yeah. Oh, so she called y'all out, didn't she? Oh boy.
So, Lady of the Night, any ideas?
Oh, I'm
Spire?
surprised that you four haven't figured it out yet. You've already crossed paths with her.
When?
At the Spire.
The cat?
Oh,
At the Bean.
last year. At the
Last year.
concert.
You got in her way.
Oh.
So she's making a comeback tour.
I heard rumblings of this, but the Sacred Spire had been lost. So, before any of you were a twinkle in any of our eyes. We used to, the gods, I mean, used to go there when we needed arguments hashed out, treaties made. And it wasn't just Us, it wasn't just Zeus and me and Hera and Aya had been there on more than one occasion. So the Norse gods, the Exandrian ones, all of them. But it fell long, long ago, and some of us searched for it for a while, but most of us just assumed it was lost to time. Now, there are rumblings that Miss Nix may be trying to bring it back. And if this prophecy is anything to say about it, sounds like she wants you out of the way.
Well, I mean, if the shadows she sent after us today have anything to say about it, it definitely seems like she wants us out of the way.
Nyx wants us next.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly that.
Is that doubles? Is that a thread?
You know what? Fuck it. Yes. um Aphrodite is just sitting there like nursing her cake. I don't know that there is anything that I can do to stop it. One god against one god is a toss up. As much as I may like to say it would go in my favor. You four, though. You four are the only the only demigods, the only gods that can be together or can work together for a long enough period of time to actually stop her. Without,
So what? You want us
you
to go
know.
after her? A god? No, not a god. A titan.
Yeah, we've done it once. Sort of. Why not a second time?
I mean, can we expect aid from you and the others?
We will certainly do our best. Once you step into her domain, and I fully believe you will have to step into her domain, there may not be much we can do.
What do we even need to look out for? I mean, the goddess of night. What is. I mean, the things that we faced earlier were sort of a pushover.
She will not be a pushover. This is a god we are talking about. I mean, your mother, Mazzy Tanta, she is no pushover. Why would you assume other titans would be?
Uh, it's I suppose it's less of an assumption now that we've actually seen a piece of her, but I'm just going off my experience in Liverpool.
It's going around the world.
It hasn't slipped to Russian yet. I'm proud of you. It normally slips to Russian. She is. They're. In the mortal world, we gods can only do so much. Hello, said Charlie, or is it Waffle?
Charlie.
I just see a
Oh
wagging
my
tail.
goodness.
Such a good boy, girl.
Girl.
I don't know.
Aw.
Such a good girl. Nerd house. We love our pets.
Yes.
Yes. And anyway, Aphrodite says we can only do so much in the mortal world. Nyx's powers may not be at their strongest here, especially if she was bolstered by the coven, the cult, whatever you want to call it, last year. She is just conjuring these shadows. They may not be demonstrative of her full strength, especially if you enter her domain, if you enter Spire. I won't say she will be unstoppable. I wouldn't send you if I thought that. I don't know that it'll be easy.
Only thing we can do is try.
It'll be a lot more difficult if she succeeds.
It will be much more difficult if she succeeds. And this city succumbs tonight. And Aphrodite pauses for a moment, takes a bite of her cake, mulls over her thoughts while she's eating the delicious cake.
Even Zeus is afraid of her. What makes you think that we can succeed where the gods are afraid?
Zeus is headstrong. He does not like to work together. He likes to think that he is the most powerful, and anyone who is not, anyone who does not believe that, scares him to some extent. You four are mortals. Ultimately, you four are fine mortals. You don't have the foolishness to think you can conquer her on your own. But you say the prophecy. When the year's last breath of balance, when day bows to night. Sorry, haven't quite kept up with the calendar around here because, don't live here regularly. Anyone know what day it is?
Day is it? September.
Didn't happen to be the equinox, would it?
Soon?
I think she might be trying to raise the spire tonight.
Great.
Oop.
Well,
Better get a move on then.
If she wants to envelop the world in darkness, why not do it when darkness is taking over?
This is why we gotta get rid of daylight savings time.
The only upside to daylight savings time, 25 hours of Nerd House instead of 24. I would encourage you to go, and go soon. If you don't, I fear Nyx may reach her full power.
okay, but are we getting this to go? It's on you, right, Mom?
Yes, darling, I've got this. Quick, eat.
Maybe we should get it to go and eat on the way.
Of course.
I'm just saying.
And let's do something fun because I can. Let's give all of you Fortune's favor, Fate's favor, whatever it's called for your next roll.
Sweet.
Because that's fun.
Does that stack?
It
Or-
does not stack, but if you have two, I will let you use it.
Use
like,
one
roll.
and then another later.
Yes. Yes.
That's kind of what I meant was like if I already have one because I had one from
If you already have one,
previous scene.
you will roll with Fortune's favor twice.
twice. Cool.
Yes.
Awesome.
Just not
It's
roll
not like inspiration.
46.
Oh my god.
Because
Yeah.
I say so. So, you all get your food to go. It is divinely blessed. It is, yeah. Y'all are, are y'all feeling? I don't want to tell you how you're feeling. How are y'all feeling about this?
This is quite a lot.
I think Mazzy's annoyed at the lack of accountability of the gods happening.
If I
Okay.
do this, it's gonna result in less work for me later, so I'm in.
Good. Good. Approve.
Not gonna have to fix everything afterwards.
Yeah.
I just prevent
Mazzy's
worrying.
thinking like, if it's a problem that Nyx is doing this, why the fuck are we the ones doing it?
Yeah, I think
Ah, the woes of all TTRPG players in fantasy settings.
yeah, I think Emo's
Why is
kind
this
of
my problem?
Always.
yeah, I think Emo's kind of irritated that it's like, oh well, we need you to do this because we can't, and she's like, okay, but like this all powerful god that your dad's, who's supposed to be the most powerful, is afraid of, and you're like, bye, honey, don't forget your shoes, go get Nyx, like, the fuck.
The fuck is an appropriate answer. Yeah. So you are welcome to sit there as long as you'd like. Although I think as soon as Aphrodite finishes her cake, she's like, no, we might all. I'm not trying to rush you in that very mom way of like, get a fucking move on, but I'm not gonna tell you that.
No, I think definitely like once they get their food, Emo's like, well, we should probably go, Mom, if we have to stop this. And she's like, come on, guys, like, let's take this to go. Like, she doesn't want to.
Yeah. Hadley's got that like nervous energy, like tapping shoes and kind of
Mhm.
sitting here seems like a waste of time.
Um,
Yeah,
I'm
we can
sorry,
drink
trying
the
to.
cake through these straws.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Trying to make sure the cat didn't hairball on the couch. Because I hate it when that happens. So yeah, y'all get your milkshakes and whatnot and head out. And the sun is probably starting to set by like starting to set. It's like still pretty early. But when you go out on the street, you can see, given that it is the autumnal equinox, you can see the sunlight running down the east-west streets of Chicago. And this is where I would say everyone roll a perception check, but that's not a thing in this game. So I'm just going to give it to you.
Is it a judgment check?
It's not really a check.
Right.
There's like specific stuff. But you know what? Fuck it. Yeah. Everyone roll 2d6 plus your judgment, and we'll see who spots it.
Ooh. Well, double
Se-
sixes.
7.
Take your
10.
Silas, how long have you been in Chicago?
At least 5 years.
Okay, so you've seen this before. You know Chicago fairly well. Your brain is just good at picking up on those details. You look down the street expecting to see, sunlight washing down the road. And instead you just see this tall peak kind of sitting almost on the horizon, like you've never seen this spire before.
Wait a second. The skyline didn't look like that before.
And you all
There's a new
look and
there's a new building right there.
Well, I guess we know where we're going.
Well,
Great.
definitely makes it a lot easier. Being it tall, if it was short and flat, it'd be harder to find.
Well, if it was short and flat, then it wouldn't be a spire.
she's not wrong. Um okay, so I assume you all head in that direction.
Definitely.
Yes.
Trying to
We're actually gonna go to
Seems-
Lake Michigan to resummon the kaiju.
Look, man, I thought about it, but you in universe already fought a kaiju once, and while it's fun to do that twice, I wanted to do something else. I wanted to bring something different from your past. Um, and okay, so you all head in that direction. The one thing that I will say is that as you head, I suppose, westward towards the sun and the spire, um, it doesn't necessarily look like it's getting any closer. Like it's still you're when you clocked it originally, you're like, okay, it's between this building and this building. But then you get to those two buildings and you're like, wait, it still seems really far away.
Can
What do
we
you do?
tell if it's like, would we be able to figure out if it's an illusion, like, not an illusion, but like a projection of like
Uh-huh.
the fact that it's going to be on the horizon, where it's going to be, or does it just seem to be in a static point at a not a static point at a static distance away from us, no matter how close we
Mm-hmm.
try to get to it?
Mm-hmm. Roll me a pierce the veil check.
Okay. That's the 3d6 because you gave us the faded, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. 10?
And perfect.
No,
You
sorry,
have
13. I
even
forgot to add
better.
my judgment.
Well,
Tim,
so
your wedding dice rolled good for
1,
me.
2,
Oh,
3,
good.
4, 5, 6, 7. Um, pick one of those questions on that list that you do not want me to answer. Because I'm going to answer the
Uh,
rest of them.
da, 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 da. I think when did it happen, because that's
Sure.
really irrelevant to what we're trying to do. We
Yo,
know that like
look,
started
it
becoming
wasn't there when you went into the Portillos, but
yeah.
it's there now. I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're looking at this spire and you kind of have to like look at it so you're not like blinding yourself with the sunlight. Um, and you notice that um this thing is from the distance, you can tell that it is not nearly as modern as all of the architecture around it. It looks like it was essentially you have seen what I will say is you have seen Mazzy pull like earth up into a spire that like then she could then use for whatever her purposes. It looks like she did that, but on like a ginormous scale. So it looks really, really old. You can kind of there is something to divine magic in this universe that can indicate like, hey, this is divine magic. You guys being demigods can basically see all of the things that mortals don't want to see in regards to the divine, and you automatically know that like, okay, this was definitely divinely created. Who is responsible for this person, place, or thing? The answer feels obvious here. You have in fact spotted the sacred spire. And look, man, it's not supposed to be in the middle of Chicago.
Yeah.
It's just not. But because you know that she is the one that brought it up, you're pretty sure that she's probably your greatest danger.
Yeah.
And then how can you get there? I got it. You have large, like, given the whole shadowy attack that y'all dealt with earlier, you've probably correct me if I'm wrong, you probably have been trying to walk in relatively well lit areas. It is, the clouds have like kind of parted enough for the sun to blink through and do that really pretty Chicago henge thing. But so you've probably been trying to like basically walk on the sunlit sidewalk instead of where creepy shadow monsters might be.
Yeah.
The problem is, in walking in the light, it's very hard to get to the dark.
Right.
So if you walk in the dark, maybe you can get to the dark. So you get the impression that you are not going to be using these main thoroughfares, for lack of a better word. You're not walking the Michigan Mile or whatever it is. You're going to have to duck through some alleys, some maybe darker like corridors in order to actually get to this place.
Near the top of the tower, do we see on one side of it one of those plexiglass skyboxes for tourists?
Fuck no. Those things are horrifying. And I am not putting them in my universe outside of the ones that are already in Chicago.
I hate to say it, guys, but I think we might need to venture into the shaded areas to get there.
Yeah. Oh, we might be able to go under.
You think?
Doggo!
And a crocodile just scurries up.
Are we going to a land down under?
Oh, boo. Boo.
You can, I don't know if this is on your threads box, but on mine there's say something awkward, but Mazzy's just kind of staring at Silas after that comment and being like, yes. And then just kind of like sinks into the ground. And then her, Mazzy and Doggo work together to create a tunnel underneath the shadows, using hopefully trying to use safe passage to just dig a fucking tunnel to at least to the base of the
Yeah, sure. Okay,
spire.
okay. Roll me in 2d6 plus metal.
Oh, I see a Tina.
Okay.
And a doggo.
And okay, so I've
Did you do it again?
no, but
Oh.
I should be rolling this with fortune favor because I haven't rolled one yet. So we're gonna
Sure.
see if I get.
I was gonna
Okay.
lose my mind if
There
you
we
got
go.
another 6.
Okay, so, you... Okay, I have a question. How do you, well, first off, I want you to mark a thread, because you definitely put your element on display here. Which I probably should have had you do earlier, but you know what? I'm not
Already
keeping
did,
track
don't
of
worry
everyone.
about
Okay, good. Spencer, have you failed a roll yet?
I got a 3 once. But yeah,
Then yeah,
I've already
mark
got
that thread. Great,
I've got
good. Sadly, you definitely tricked someone earlier.
Oh, all right then.
You haven't thrown a party yet, Emo. Sorry. Give it time. So how do you so Mazzy, describe to me how you worm your way underground and still follow the shadows.
I think it is in Mazzy's mind, it is if we go, all we have to do is go in a straight line, so long as we go deep enough under and then back up.
Okay.
I think in Mazzy's eye, she's not trying to like get up under the spire, like get into there. She's just trying to get to it. And so it's this kind of like, okay, well, we're just like, the tower's there. We can see that it's there. If we went in a straight line underneath, we can at least get closer to there
Can I try
without
and
having to.
craft something to help us measure the distance to make it more accurately traveled?
Perfect.
Yeah, what are you gonna craft?
Something that accurately measures the distance to it with trigonometry based off the height of the shadows and celestial stuff.
AKA, you want to be an engineer about it.
That's the easiest way to explain it.
I mean, you are an engineer in your day job, so
Yeah.
that makes sense. All right, roll your crafty.
Ooh, that is a 15 with double sixes.
Dang.
Okay, well, mark that then.
Guys,
And
it's exactly 0.456 kilometers away.
Red's is like,
don't
I
know
want
why.
to see the math. do the math. I want to see the numbers. We'll be here forever. Let's not do that.
Okay,
Bert, double check
ro-
it. All right,
tell
it
me,
works.
tell me your shit. What? Tell me your two features of this thing.
Let's face it, Rin's probably working it out on paper. As we
It's
speak.
it's long range and autonomous.
Yep, sure, both.
It just
Okay.
it helps us keep track of where we're at on the ground as we're underground.
Jesus Christ, why is my phone blowing up? Everybody wants my attention right now, but
Family group chats.
I don't
man.
care. I'm paying attention to you all and hanging out in Chicago and ignoring my phone. Cool. So yeah, with Silas's device, Mazzy is totally able to uh basically create another tunnel in underground Chicago. You definitely pop through one of the subway tunnels and just have to cross the tracks and then keep going in
Jesus.
that direction. It's probably not the
Regular
most
work
stable
order.
thing, but that is how this goes. And when you finally pop up, you are in. I think you're still in Chicago. It still seems like Chicago. None of you have ever been to like this part of it before. Which, for some of you, Mazzy, maybe makes sense. You're not really from here. For folks like I don't know how long Hadley's been around, but at least Emo's been around Chicago for a while, right? You're like, I thought I'd been to all of the places by this point.
Are we on the south side? I swear I've been there though.
And you it's feels a lot it feels almost a little desaturated. Like nothing is quite as bright as it should be. Everything is a little bit darker, paler, just not nearly as vibrant. And you get the impression that if you're not in the Spire, you're certainly fucking close.
I mean,
What
is the
do you
spire
do?
like looming ahead of us? Like where we come up
Yeah.
now, or
So
do we see that we're still kind of like a measurable distance away, but we can get to it now?
it is looming over you much closer than it was, but it's not like you're across the street from it. You will still have to follow the shadows just a little bit more.
I think we got close enough underground.
Mhm.
Best way to just proceed is above in the shadows. Any
I think
objection?
Emo is gonna take her trusty umbrella off of her backpack and ready her scythe because she's not trying to get attacked by shadows again.
Well, I think this.
I don't blame you.
I think we're supposed to let them escort us in anyway. The way it sounds. Prophecy did say embrace the shadow.
So should we be looking for them then?
Kind of sounds like it.
Hello? She just kind of puts that out there. We're here to see your mistress.
Mazzy
Just look
throws her
around.
bangs in front of her face.
Yes.
As you say this, Emo, where are you standing? Are you standing in everything's desaturated, so there's not quite as much light, but are you standing in a place where like you would be expecting sunlight, or are you standing like in a shadow in an alley, etc.?
I think so I don't know why I'm picturing it's because I live in Washington, D.C. I'm picturing it in like a big fucking open space like the National Mall. So I'm
Yeah.
like, she's standing on the grass, like where there would normally be sunlight, wherever they came
Okay.
up out of the tunnel. I know that's probably not right because we're in
No,
Chicago, or
look, man,
Winnipeg,
I
but
will,
like,
I will take it. There can be like a little playground right here where y'all came up, and you're just standing in the middle of where there should be sun, falling to the shadows. And you see there are some like the shadows of the nearby trees that do seem to be lengthening in your direction,
mhm.
but nothing necessary other than that, nothing necessarily happens.
I have a feeling we need to get closer, and they'll probably meet us there. You know, educated guess.
Well, worst case, we show up on her doorstep, which is kind of what we want anyway. And Ellie will hold out a hand to Emo.
Let's go.
Come on.
Start forward. She keeps her scythe in her other hand, though.
Oh, you too.
All right, what path do you take to get there? Are you going straight there? Are you straight there? Are you staying in the sunlight? Are you dipping into the shadows?
If we have to embrace the shadows, we might as well. Might as well, period.
So the most direct path via shadows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hadley will lead
Cool.
towards the shadow.
Cool. So you step into the shadow, and everything gets just a little bit muffled. Everything gets a little bit almost your vision almost goes just like a little blurry. Like you can't quite focus on what's in front of you. If you work at it, you like Hadley, you can see Emo's hand in yours still, but it feels like everything's turned down to like 80%. Your senses have been turned down to like 80%.
Oh, it's like when you get off a plane and your ears are clogged. I hate that.
Yes. And you feel a pull, like all of you feel like a pull in your chest. That seemingly indicates you're headed in the right direction. But as you continue through the darkness, trying to keep an eye on the spire and go in that direction, as you get deeper and deeper into the shadows, all of your senses keep. It's like that dial is getting turned down. Everything is getting more muffled. Everything is harder to focus on until you are essentially deaf and blind, and you lose that sense of connection to your body. And for lack of a better word, you all pass out. Okay, I know I said I wanted to take a break at 5 o'clock, but this is probably the best price to break for right now. So we are all going to take a quick bio break. And I can go get food so I don't TPK everyone out of hunger.
Yes.
So let's try to be back at like 3:45, 4:45, depending on what time zone y'all are in. So we will take our break and we'll be back soon.
Back.
Yeah.
stream, we're back.
Hi, stream.
Make that full screen. All right. Thanks for bearing with us during this break. We try and do breaks now because I'm not a heathen and a masochist. Unlike the first year we did this where nobody took breaks. Which was a mess.
Why?
Bio breaks
Because
are
we were
necessary.
because we were
We take better care of
Foolish.
ourselves now. We've learned.
foolish.
And we all
Um,
have water.
And we all have water. I need more water.
Sam has Malort. Don't forget,
We're
everybody.
so
one
bad.
of the perks is you can donate $100, and Miss
Yeah.
Ma'am will have to take another shot of Malort.
Is it only Miss Man?
No, Dustin has 2 bottles upstairs too. But
Good job.
because he's on a couple streams. Yeah, so we're looking really good. We're at $900, which is amazing. I think we could get us to 1,000.
Yeah.
And we've got, so if you had seen on our Be Right Back screen, we have a couple of those incentives that Jazz had mentioned earlier about the Malort, the Bean Boozled Bean. I have a little pack of Extra Life Chicago. They send out Rhodes donated $35. Thanks,
Hey!
Rhodes. Extra Life Chicago, who is
Is that the-
amazing.
Is that the Calzone Lick raffle?
That might be.
I think it is.
They send out a care package every year to those of us who are. Yes, it's a raffle. Rhodes is in the raffle for the Calzone.
Hey!
Yeah.
Which is one of the other perks you can do. But the Extra Life Chicago Guild sends out little care packages, and so the kids wrapped Bean Boozled beans. So that's a thing too. I will
Are
eat
those
one.
like birdie bots?
Yeah, they're birdie bots.
Okay.
So we don't know what flavor these are. So it could be bad, it could be good. Who knows?
It might be
what's
a
the price for
coffee.
that?
It might be a vomit.
That is 30, but I might lower it. I'll probably lower it. You know what? I'm just gonna lower it now. We're gonna lower it to 15.
Lower it to what?
Let's lower it to if Extra Life loads. Maybe not. Oh, the website is not nice. We'll lower it to, I don't know, 15? Oh, there we go. 10? What do you think?
Do 10. You can always raise it if there's too many.
That's true. There's
Yeah.
there's only 7 beans. So we'll do 10. Yeah. So 10, we'll get you that. And then just like Rhodes entered, 35 will get you a little painting by my new puppy, Calzone. To be made, because we haven't done that yet. And then some milestones we have real quick. We are so close to, for the team, at $1,000. Is it 1,000? Why did I put 1,000? Oh yeah, 1,000 we'll play an actual like game of Bean Boozled on stream. So with all the birdie bots you play, like it's kind of like a roulette game. 1,500 I will do a separate stream for a new game called Corico, which is a like really cool solo game. At 3,200 we will do a Fallout D20 limited series stream. So that's the Fallout game, TTRPG. And our stretch goal of 4,250, the Nerd House team will play Hot Ones Truth or Dab on stream, which is Truth or Dare with Hot Ones hot sauce. So if you would like to see us suffer with that, donate. Yeah, we're at 935. Thank you, Rhodes. And I think that's everything. Plus the donation incentives on the screen.
Oh, okay. I figured out what the issue was. I was getting an echo and I could not figure out why. It's because I'm on the Extra Life page.
Oh,
And there's two
and there's a
streams.
stream
There's
there.
you in my ear, and there's a stream over here.
Yep.
That happened to Rhodes earlier.
hmm Yeah, you gotta be careful of that.
It happened to me right now, and I was like, this is...
Like, where is this extra voice coming from?
Well, and I was like, okay. I closed my stream, my Twitch page. I was like, is Discord discording right now?
Yes.
Like, what the hell's going on? But regardless, I guess I will donate later. Violet is studying and spiking their jacket
Nice.
that they just got as we play, because we here at Nerd House are a bunch of neurodivergent folks and need something to do with our hands. Okay, so
Yeah, I've been sitting here just like
fidget spinning.
because,
Yeah.
I need the colors that are in my closet to actually crochet, so I'll do that later.
I very much am the kind of person who will normally sit here and play match 3 games while we play, but I can't focus on that and DM, unfortunately. Okay, so how do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? What? Okay. Here's what I want to do. Silas, you're gonna go first. So when you finally wake up, you wake up alone. You don't think you got separated from your friends when you were walking in the dark, but they're not here now. So who the hell knows what's going on? As you stand up, you take a look around, and you see that you are in a darkened forge. Not too, I mean, maybe it looks older than your workshop, but it's not too terribly unfamiliar. Nothing in here. You would know how to work all of it, probably. But you've never actually been here before. And yet, you see a lot of things that you have worked on in the past. You see older versions of this automaton that you have created for Bert. Ones that you discarded, ones you threw out, ones you just ultimately decided either weren't going to work or weren't what you wanted. You see just all sort of miscellaneous pieces and like remnants of stuff that you had once tried to create, tried and failed to create. Look, man, you're not perfect as much as demigods want to be. But in the center, there is this big table, and you see something sitting on it, and it seems familiar, but you can't quite place it. What would you like to do? Keep in mind, you are probably 10 feet back from the table.
Can I approach the table and try and make out what it is and like
Of
pierce the veil?
course. Of course. Yeah, roll that. Why not?
That's an 11.
Hell yeah. Ask your 3 questions.
I gotta find the 3 questions again.
They are on page 24 of the PDF.
Let's see. What happened to this thing recently?
Mhm.
Or this place recently?
To this place recently.
Yeah, to this place recently.
Yes. So this place looks like if the walls and the like just general structure of this forge, If these four walls weren't here, you'd think you were in your workshop. Which probably means someone's been in your workshop. Which, you know. And they've just picked up pieces or made notes of things, or, you know, they've been watching you.
Yeah.
And this place looks like it might have been made for you.
Can I use my second question to say how I can get this person, meaning myself, to my friends? Like, how can I get out of here?
Sure.
More or
I will
less?
let you do that. Yeah. These questions are meant to be open-ended. To that extent. Yes. You
And then
know
my
your way around.
and then
Go
my
ahead.
third question is gonna be, sorry if you can hear my dog drinking water in the background.
Hey,
And then
doggo.
my other thing is going to be who is responsible for this place. I'm assuming the answer is Nyx. I would just like confirmation.
Ding, ding, ding. Don't have to confirm. You already knew the answer to that, but confirmation is always good in a game like this. Yes, you are quite positive that you went into the darkness, which is Nyx's domain, and she is toying with you, for lack of a better word. She is trying to destroy you as soon as she can, with you all separated. Now, how do you rejoin your friends? You beat her task.
Using some of my failures and knowing how they failed, are there any prototypes that are created here that are prone to explosion that I would know of?
I mean, what are your things not accidentally prone to explosion? Yes. There are things scattered on the shelves, on the counters, that you know could go boom if you weren't
And
careful, or
and
if you
how
know you wanted them to.
and as every proper wizard should ask, how big is this room?
um, I here's my problem. Me as a person, I'm the worst with distance.
Do you think if I blow something up in the opposite
So
corner, it will hurt me?
no,
That's
I
all I'm
do
asking.
not.
That's what I'm going for. But
I was like, okay, wait, how big would a fireball be? Wait, I still don't know distance to know the 20 feet.
yeah, if I can blow up if I can try and blow up the opposite corner of the room, that's what I
Yes,
want to try and do. If I can do so safely.
there would be ways to do that. Um, is that what you want to do right now?
Uh, yeah,
Do
because
you want to look at what's on this table in front of you first?
oh, yeah, let's do that.
Okay. I mean, like, you can start blowing shit up first, like, as any true artificer would. Um, you recognize this. You recognize the couple different iterations of this. At one point, when you were, I don't know, bored and tinkering with Bert and the automaton that carries him as you do, um, you at one point had tried to make him fly. Getting this thing to self-propel was not easy, and the closest thing you could come up with was like this like jetpack thing that was supposed to strap on, but you couldn't like quite get the propulsion right. You tried a couple
Wings.
different things, and it just never quite came together. And it was one of those projects that you always had in the back of your mind that you're like, oh, I'm gonna finish this one day, and you just kind of never got to it. So there's that for you.
Hmm. Uh, Can I look upward to see if flying would get me out of this predicament?
You see a ceiling. So, I mean, maybe, but you could only go so high up.
Hmm. Hmm. Well, I think we're gonna try and blow up the corner of the room.
Okay. How do you want to try and blow up the corner of the room?
I'd like to rig one of the failed automaton iterations to overheat and explode.
Okay. I'm gonna make you roll crafty for that.
And
Okay.
then I would like to help
You're
by.
muted, my love.
Oh, am I mute?
Oh,
Am I
No.
muted?
But regardless, I
Uh,
can't hear you.
Sam, did you do something to Violet because they didn't turn their mic off?
No, I unmuted that.
Okay, because I can hear Violet.
Yeah, I can hear Violet too.
too.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just roll with it.
I would like to basically cover the explosive, like create a directional charge by moving up a bunch of dirt and covering all that, so all the explosion goes toward the wall instead of back at us.
So here's my issue. You're not here.
Separate.
Oh, right, we're all separated. Fuck.
Oh, good. Your voice finally clocked in on my Discord.
That's so weird.
Nice.
Fun fact, Violet and I live together, so I can hear them over there. So it was not a huge thing, but you're not there. Otherwise, I would love for you to play in this space. So, did you roll crafty for that?
Yes, I got a 11. I got 2 4s plus 3.
Hey, Reds.
Yes.
You about to level up again, aren't you?
Yep.
Okay. So, all right, then pick your features.
So it's going to be harmful and autonomous. It's that way I don't have to
Okay.
blow it up. Yeah, it doesn't have any bugs. So it
All right.
blows up on the other side of the room.
So tell me how you rig this failed automaton to go blow up the other side of the room.
Well, it's less autonomous and more of a like delayed charge. Just
Mhm.
I rig it to blow and it just takes a long enough time, like an oven preheating, but faster to just heat up fast enough, and just takes 10-15 seconds enough for me to walk across the room, and then it explodes.
And it goes.
Boom.
Couple different things happen. One, the blast, just like the sheer impact of the blast starts blowing things across the room. This forge, as much as it was in disarray before, I get the impression, correct me if I'm wrong, that Silas is the kind of person who has a workshop that looks very disorganized to the uninitiated, but he knows where everything is.
Yep.
It's not every artificer
great.
ever.
You have a
Every
very-
artificer ever.
You grew up with a very good
Look, man.
reference for what the workshop essentially is.
I have seen my father's garage, yes. I don't think you're watching, Dad, but if you are, I love you. Yeah, that really was just kind of an artificer's workshop, wasn't it? Shit.
Yeah.
So everything is blown into actual disarray now. Roll me
There's the piece I needed.
roll me a perform under pressure check.
That is a 10. 6 plus 1 plus 3.
Okay, good. No worries. You don't get hit by any flying debris. You do have to duck though, because there is a nice piece of like there's just like a metal shard that ends up in the wall behind you where your head once was. You're fine though.
That could have been messy.
That could have been nasty. The other thing that happens is you do, in fact, bring down some of the wall over there, and What I will say is I hope that you hesitate a moment just to make sure the entire spire doesn't come down on you, but it doesn't, so no worries.
Hate flying.
Mm,
Is there a hole in the wall that I can escape through? Or
mm, do me a favor, roll me a luck check. Just roll straight 2d6.
okay. 5, so I'm guessing no.
Okay, so you can see where like the automaton exploded and did bring some of that wall down, but it didn't quite blast all the way through.
Um hmm. So clearly she's got some sort of challenge for me
Mhm.
that has to do with this failed thing that is now behind me and stuck to the wall. Um
Well, I'll be clear. The
yeah,
former
I know.
attempt at a jetpack is on the floor now.
I guess I try and finish it again?
Um,
Would that be a crafty check? Or
let
would you want that to be
me.
a performance under pressure check? The only thing mechanically is if it's crafty, I get fortune's favor or fate's favor.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Here's what I actually want you to do. I want you to roll bend fate.
Okay. 3.
Oh man. Okay.
But you get a
Um,
thread for that, don't you?
no, not in
No.
this game.
Why did
Not in this
you got a
game.
thread
I
when you
wish.
failed?
Oh. No, you do. No, you already.
It's only
You
one.
only get one of
Oh,
those.
you only get one. Oh, one per
You only get
session.
one of those. Yeah.
Sorry, I was trying for
In
you,
a lot of
man.
the other.
All good.
In fact, in a lot of the other Powered by the Apocalypse games, you do get threads on 6 minuses. But this game decided to change it to doubles, so we're going doubles. So, um, okay. You have never seen this 3D printer break. You're just really good at crafting stuff. And so, like, most of what you um build, once it's good and once it's working, it seems to last forever. And then, but this time, you see the 3D printer start smoking, and it just starts
Oh.
sparking. And Bert looks down at it and gives you that, like, grumpy face. Like, he knows it's probably broken for the moment.
No, Bert.
So
Oh
there's that.
no.
Um,
Bert, you got a tummy ache.
and what? I'm sorry.
Bert's got a tummy ache.
Bert's got a tummy ache. Um, and what I will say is one of the sparks properly sparks and like catches your hand and it burns. So go ahead and take 1 harm for me. I gotta figure out where the hell I mark that. I am also trying to keep track of your stuff. Um, so it doesn't seem like you are going to be able to get this jetpack working through, let's say, sheer divine prowess. Like,
I need someone else's help or other tools to fix it.
yeah. go with that. I want to pause there for a moment. So we're just gonna put a short pin in that scene. What do I want to do next? I would like to play with Hadley.
Oh God, I don't like that smile.
How's it going? So you wake up and it's blinding in here. Like you just went from very dark to very bright in for what feels like seconds to you. When you finally wake up and get your bearings, you realize that you are in a mirror maze.
Oh,
Like, why are you in a mirror maze? And you can see all of these different reflections of yourself. And nope, I'll just go with you see all of these different versions of yourself. What is your initial reaction? What do you want to do initially? Any thoughts?
First thing Hadley immediately does is check their reflection. Check their hair. Make sure that they're,
it's a little ruffled. You've had a rough day, but it's easy enough to smooth out.
Fix the sleeves. Adjust everything again. Brush off any dust. And then try and get their bearings on just the general area, floor to ceiling mirrors, if there's any sort of like cracks, any weaknesses, initial thoughts.
Do me a favor. Roll that thing. Roll Pierce the Veil. 2d6 plus judgment.
Well, I'm gonna do that with a Fate's Favor.
Okay.
One of those.
Yep.
4 plus 6 minus 1.
Bummer.
Yeah, it's that -1 that gets me. 9.
That'll get you. Okay, so you can ask 2 questions from the Pierce the Veil options. Again, on page 24. If that helps you at all, it helped me.
Yeah.
You actually printed yours out, though.
I did.
I should have. I have like 3 tabs open with the quick start guide at 3 different spots.
Yes, I have all of your character sheets. I have the own DM's like guide, and then I have all of these questions.
That's how we used to play D&D prior to D&D Beyond.
D&D Beyond, we love you.
It was PDFs and bookmarks. And Excel files.
I just need a 3rd monitor and it will all be fine.
It's nice. I've got 3.
I do too.
Yeah.
All right, let's do what is the greatest danger in this place? And how can I get this place to reveal an exit?
Yeah, sure. So, you know you're in Nyx's domain by this point. It's not hard to put 2 and 2 together. So as you okay. As you are looking around and trying to like figure out where the fuck this exit is, you start seeing other people in the mirrors as you walk.
Great.
And you never come across any of them. Like, you never meet any of them face to face. But there are other people walking past. And as you are looking at them, you start to remember some of them. there's definitely a little girl and her parents trying to looks like the little girl's trying to tug her mom off to something. And whether you have actually committed these people to memory or it is the magic of this place that is helping you put this together, you realize that these are a lot of the people that you have duped or tricked, who are just being there, kind of reflecting back at you. One of them. Okay. One of the people looks like one of the people in the mirrors stops and looks at you. It is probably like a middle-aged white guy who maybe a little bit down on his luck. He's like, you can hear his voice. You don't necessarily know if it's like in your head or if he's actually audibly speaking to you. But he says, you took the last $5 I had. And then moves on. And as these people are passing, they are starting to remind you of what you did to them. I don't know that you were ever actually intentionally trying to harm people. And sometimes things happen. But as you start to hear these words, you start to feel like, as soon as the middle-aged man stops speaking, you feel like a sting on your arm. And then someone else says something, and you feel a sting across the back of your palm. And you realize that it's just like a little paper cut. But you keep feeling these cuts as you are trying to make your way through this maze. So you get the impression that whether the biggest danger in here is you to yourself or these people to you, that is kind of what's going on here. You can also gather that this is some sort of trial, that Nyx is fully prepared to put in your way, to harm you, stop you, basically get you out of her way until so she can fully raise the spire.
Hadley will kind of like ironically chuckle and say aloud, "Come on, Nyx. From the child of a dark goddess. You know a little better than this. Or have you been talking to my therapist?"
You see your therapist walk by.
A little bit of bravado probably, even though they may not necessarily like admit to that. But just a little stubbornly keep walking.
Mm-hmm.
And just continue talking, kind of keeping that monologue out loud of, if you think this bothers me, I've been doing this for years. This is hilarious. Maybe even like to anybody else, this kind of like brave face of like, nonplussed, very just whatever, but maybe a little bit of lying to themselves too.
Mm-hmm. And then I think you. Mm-hmm. As you're walking, you have, bumped into a couple of mirrors. That's just how mirror mazes work.
Yeah.
But as you turn a corner, you dead end into a mirror, but your mortal mother is there. She's looking at you with that very, like, disappointed look of, like, Hadley, I raised you better than this. And I think she actually says that to you. You are better than this.
I don't know. I feel like the other half of me appreciates it.
Yes, I'm sure your mother does. And you have to follow in her footsteps.
Sometimes I follow in
Why
yours.
couldn't you have... Yes, you do. Hi.
No.
You came to visit. And yeah, it is Rory. He's my good boy.
I like the Void Kitty on a shelf.
Void Kitty loves that shelf. Whenever I pop into that door, Void Kitty hops up on there and starts meowing at me, so I will pet him.
It's a good vantage point.
Very, very good. Very good advantage point. And then where were we? With your mother. And yes,
Yes.
other mom appreciates it, but sometimes you follow in her footsteps. And your mortal mother specifically says, you know I love your mother, and she's a complicated woman in ways that I hoped that you wouldn't be. Is this something that you think you'll grow out of eventually? You still have growing up to do. Don't look at me like that.
I don't know what'll happen, Mom. You're a pretty good influence. At least the mom I know.
Try. Well, just keep your wits about you. Be safe.
I will. She can't trick a trickster.
Your mom laughs. And you don't quite, in that moment, you can't quite tell if this is actually your mom talking to you or if this is
Yeah.
Nyx just laughing at you. So you keep moving through this maze and you keep feeling these cuts, and they are actually like starting to hurt. Like, one paper cut is one thing. 2 paper cuts is a pain in the ass. This many? Come on.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. If I were Hadley at this point, I'd be like, just kill me or don't. Choose one.
Yeah, there's
But that
definitely
is me pontificating.
a lack of, like, it's funny, it's a game, haha, we're both smart here. And then eventually, like, all right, make your move, or I'm gonna make a move for you.
Mm-hmm. And then you turn, you're continuing through this maze, like, you keep hitting dead ends or going down paths that you think have got to be right, and then and then finding out that, oh shit, no, you can see an exit. You can't quite figure out how to get there.
That's frustrating.
It's a very, yeah. And so you turn a corner again, because that's all this fucking maze is corners. And you see the reflection of another mother. What does when Hadley pictures the Spider Queen, her mother, what does she picture? Like, how, I guess I'm also asking, like, how involved was she in your life?
I think she has this kind of mixture in Hadley's head of there's this romantic version of her of Because I think like personified as like a human or like a humanoid person is very rare. I think she shows up more as small signs, little like Charlotte's Web kind of moments of like spiders. Hadley's always seeing spiders everywhere in jewelry, in actual spiders, in just the world. So it's more of a constant presence. Every so often she'll show up in the human form, but it's always kind of just like a kid who romanticizes their parents. Like they see their parents in this one way. She's very elegant. She always shows up in like her best. She's best dressed, very like kind of like Aphrodite in like the long, like big, elegant gown, very just like languid and like she doesn't look spidery or like super creepy to like maybe to someone else she might, but to Hadley not so much. Of just like very long limbed, sort of moving a little more articulated or like consistent. Very just like elegant in her movements.
So you round this other corner and you see a spider web in the mirror in front of you. And it you can kind of see the spider moving much faster than any spider has any right to. But it's not coming at you, thank the gods. It's instead just like building this web into this big, long, it's less round and more like oblong web. And up towards the top, you see a face come through. And you can just make out the features enough to know that it is your mother. For anyone who's seen the most recent season of Legends of Vox Machina, I'm thinking of the way that Keyleth basically pushed her face out of the rock and all the fun stuff. Because she did that twice.
Aphrodite.
Because she's Spidey Aphrodite. And she, this, for lack of a better term, webbed form of your mother, your other mother, all of the mothers, your divine parent, is just looking at you. Almost proudly in some way. And she says, "Oh, my Hadley, so good to see you again. You've been up to some mischief lately, haven't you?"
You know I have been, Mother.
No, I would expect nothing less of you. But I think you could do more. Oh, these little pickpockets that I've seen walking around, these little people you've duped, you're better than that.
What do you mean?
I mean, pickpocketing on the street, honey, come on. You could use your talents in so many more fun ways.
Well, you think I should go into politics?
I mean, that is certainly an option. I have definitely had a few of my followers become pretty great politicians. Oh, those impulses that I see. Give in to 'em. Yeah?
I don't know if Mom would like that.
Oh, I love your mother. And sometimes I don't think she, to put it in terms that I think you would understand, gets it. She's not divine. She is a lovely woman, but she is mortal. She is not like you. You are destined for greatness. You have to give in.
I guess. to a point. But I'm also not like you. And you're not like me.
Oh, I think we are much more alike than you think.
I think I know exactly how we're similar.
Say more.
Oh. Such as, wondering why it would be so bad to let all of this happen.
You mean the Spire? Or these people?
Both.
These people, they're mortals. They don't matter. You can messing with them all you would like, but you're better than that. This tower, well, it's a world without a little darkness.
But there always has to be a little bit of light.
Maybe. Maybe not. Could get away with so much more in the dark.
But what fun is it hiding in the dark? What challenge is that?
I suppose you're right.
I love you, Mother.
I love you too, my darling. I suppose if you are destined to be that light. Go on. Keep moving.
Can I reach to that mirror?
Mhm.
They want to try and reach in. It's solid. I've been bumping into mirrors this entire time.
Yes, you have been bumping into mirrors the entire time. What I will say is, what are you trying to do?
They get the instant urge to see if they can just, like a sweater, pull on one of the strings of the spider web. It's oblong, it's kind of almost, doorway shaped-ish, humanoid shaped. Wants to pull, like, it just in a kind of offhand kind of way, pull a string of that spider web to see if it unravels.
Yeah, it absolutely unravels. How do you just pull at it a little, or do you want to unravel like the entire thing?
They want to unravel the entire thing.
Okay. You start pulling and pulling and pulling, and in everyday life, you would bat away a spider web like it's no problem. But this string seems to be solid in a way that you can't like necessarily tear it, but it is coming unwebbed. Think of a better word. And as you pull the last piece of it, the mirror opens. And there's an exit that you can walk through. The one thing that I will say is our shadow seems to be a little bit longer than maybe it should.
Count the shadows.
Oh, the shadows. Yep, I do. I do want to talk with Mazzy now.
Mazzy?
Mazzy.
I'll be right back.
So you are there's a lot of sound where you are, which is weird because it wasn't like super loud when you walked into the darkness. Like there were just normal like city sounds, but this sounds almost like you're at the ocean. No, that can't be right. You were just at Lake Michigan. But you wake up and you do hear waves crashing up against what is ultimately the outcropping that you are laying on, standing on, whatever. And you do not see your friends anywhere. It is the middle. It looks like it's the middle of the night. Like the moon is shining wherever you are. And you see. Nope, you don't see anything yet. What do you do in this like weird this new scene?
Um, I think she is a little bit freaked out because she knows she's being tricked or tried somehow
Mhm.
because the things around her shouldn't be around her. So she's when she gets scared like this and she doesn't know where to turn to, she does turn to her godly mother Gaia,
Okay. How does
and
she do that?
uh, she envelops herself in mud, essentially.
Okay.
Like sits herself down. She sits cross-legged, uh, and then just kind of not covering her skin, but like a just like a dome of mud, so that the like her elements, the
Mm-hmm.
elements that she
Mm-hmm.
needs to commune with to get to Gaia, are the only things surrounding her.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Um roll. What I want you to roll is it's 2d6 plus weird. It's not ultimately going to be a then fate roll, but that's feels like the right thing to roll right now.
Oh no, it's a 5.
Okay. Um you concentrate. What is your relationship with your mother? Um is it a good relationship? Is she not in your life? What's that like?
Um, Mazzy feels Gaia is like Gaia is a primordial. Gaia might be the primordial,
Mhm.
and so it's always felt kind of like the relationship that you can have with a 95-year-old.
Okay,
Where
say
like
more.
they know Gaia knows I exist. I'm a favored child of theirs, or whatever. But it's not like she has any idea what the fuck I'm doing ever, or like who like have become. But like I'll come and be like, "Hey Gaia, yep, still amongst mortals,
Still kicking it.
chilling."
Okay.
As opposed to like having it be like a meaningful, deep rapport. It seems very surface level, as I am, ultimately just one of her many, many, many
You got a
rogues.
lot of half sibs. Sure.
Yeah.
Um okay. So
I
you are
apologize
in
if I
this
offended any 95-year-olds.
you are in this mud hut essentially. And you're reaching out, you're trying to get in touch with Gaia. And you do start to see it almost feels like an apparition. Something more akin to a ghost because I didn't want to have two parents' faces pop out of the side of things in sequence. But she does come when you ask for her or when you try to reach out to her. And let's continue treating her like an old lady. She is like kind of hunched over. Um But she is very think of the goddess from the end of Moana, but like grandma's age.
Sure.
She is just this apparition to you, and she says, "Oh, Mazzy, my child, how are you?"
I don't know. Nix is trying to raise a spire and do some you know, overthrow God's power dynamic thing, and she is testing me. And I was in Chicago, now I'm here.
Trying to overthrow the gods. No, no, no. She knows better than that. She she knows the order of things.
Quite honestly, I don't know it why we're doing this or what. So what if she raises a fucking like, right? Yeah, right? Gaia, I'm with you. So what?
I don't I think you misunderstood me, child. I can't believe that she would do this. Like,
Um, so it is
it's,
okay. So it is a bad thing she's doing.
I mean, I had heard rumblings that someone might be trying to re-raise the sacred spire, but no one is that dumb. That has been lost to time. I don't think it can be found.
Well, Nick's definitely found it because I think I'm in it. We're on it. We're near it. We're by it.
Well, you look
Some
like you're in a mud hut
preposition
right
it.
now.
Well, yes, I am also in a mud hut. Any idea how Nyx isn't a trickster god? I don't know what she wants from me.
I mean, she is also a goddess of illusions.
Huh. That she is. Thank you, Gaia.
Of
I
course, my
will
child.
leave you be.
And the apparition just kind of dissipates with backs out of the hut and then disappears in the wind.
Um Mazzy is going to try to move every like if it is rushing water if it is the water, she's going to try to like get everything out of the way. Like, if this is an illusion, let me remove as much of the illusion as possible and see what else is here.
Okay. Let me see if there is a thing that I can make you roll for that because it seems like there
uh,
should be.
I do have this like,
Roll.
right where I
It's not a
wrote.
small group of enemies, though.
Sure. Well, I didn't
Um,
know if you wanted to have me use prowess, since that's what that uses.
well, what I was thinking was I would actually like you to roll perform under pressure.
All right. Ooh, okay. 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 Double fours. Uh.
Mark your thread.
Uh. But that's only a 9.
Mm, okay. So, are you specifically trying to move the water or say more about what you're trying to move?
Um, Is there earth beneath me as well?
So you are in like the very um picturesque like outcropping. Like there is a you are standing on earth. You are standing on essentially what is a cliff that is like the water is rushing up against it down below.
Yeah, I think she's just gonna start parting, like parting the cliffs to get her down closer to the water, and then parting the water,
Mhm.
and just being like, "There's is there? Am I looking for something? Like
Mhm. Mhm.
it, because that
So,
if she's looking for something, she can find something. That
yeah,
she's relying on her strength of that right now."
sure. That is a good thought. What I will say is um two things happen. Ultimately, you do succeed. Um the water below you starts to part and you can see all of the fishies that got caught up in the no water. um you can see like kelp and the occasional fish and shells and stuff at the bottom of what is essentially the ocean. Um and the outcropping starts to split too, maybe a little faster than you've been. And so you do end up falling on your ass. Um, but the other thing that happens is as you push the water to as you essentially part the Red Sea, um, you see a group you see a beach where you did not see one before. That is now slowly being overrun with the water that you had pushed out of your own way and into other people's way.
Okay. Uh,
I could see all of the wheels in your brain turning. So what I will say is that you also see something um, shiny on the horizon.
I go to the shiny horizon.
Oh, okay. Are you just what? Say more than that. How do you do that?
Um, is it water horizon or land horizon?
Um, so you have split the water. So it's at the end of the split.
Okay. Then going to as much concentration as possible, keep all of the water split, and go to where she sees the sparkle.
Okay. Um, roll me another perform under pressure. 2d6 plus metal.
Okay, double threes this time.
Okay, mark your thread. You
That
said
does,
for a 7.
yeah, that
Um,
does give me an
you're concentrating very, very hard on keeping this water separate. Um, you're only concentrating on keeping it separate for you. You start hearing screams from the beach nearby about the water that is coming up and basically invading the look like the beachgoers' day. It's like high tide is coming way too early.
sure. Uh, I think Mazzy is not. I think Mazzy's going to use her Tempest ability here.
Okay, I don't know what that means. Tell me.
The use an ascendance move.
Oh, damn.
Uh, with the cue of the people being bothered by the water and being displaced.
Mm-hmm.
She thinks to her mother Gaia, she thinks to Nyx, she thinks to the collateral damage, and she's like, what fuck these humans.
Mm-hmm.
These are the least important humans right now because these humans are in the way of Mazzy trying to save the world from the gods or whatever. She doesn't even fucking know. But she knows
Mm-hmm.
that these humans are expendable. So she's going
Mm-hmm.
to, instead of trying to part the water, she's going to become the water and just like tsunami herself toward her goal with
Hell
no
yeah.
regard.
Um, so do you basically let the water return to its natural state and you just water elemental through it?
Oh, almost turning the water to an even more unnatural state as I become the water and use the water to bolt my way through there. So now it's just like, oh, this water is doing something it absolutely should not be.
Okay. Okay. So you need to pick a permanent consequence for using your ascendance move. You have one in mind?
Um, I think she's going to reduce my lowest attribute by 1.
Okay. So what does that put you at? A -2 for judgment?
Yup.
Great.
That feels right.
Wonderful. Yeah, so in that case, you call on your godly powers and become the water, which pushes you forward towards this shiny thing on the horizon, which happens to be a door. And the entire wave just blows through this door. This door is not a door anymore. It is now just a hole in the universe. And you go through it. Um, okay, gonna pause for you there and come over to my love, Miss Emo. How's it going?
That's a me.
It's a you. Um, so you wake up and it is still dark for you. When you wake up, you can't see anything. And then a like spotlight flickers on, probably, I don't know, 10, 15 feet ahead of you. And you see the crumpled bodies of Adley, Silas, and Mazzy. What do you do?
Um, immediately run over to them
Mhm.
and first, I guess, effectively check to see if they're still alive.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah.
They do not seem to be breathing. Silas does not seem to have a heartbeat. You cannot find Hadley's pulse. And one by one, you back up. Um, you hear. Okay, I wrote this down. Why can I not find it in my notes? I am so sorry. Um, yeah. And you hear footsteps behind you
Mhm.
that walk at honestly, a very familiar cadence. And you hear a familiar voice say, "Hmm, well, You did save that one once, but alas, not everyone can be stopped. Not everyone can be saved as much as you may try. And you recognize the voice of Hades.
She'll kind of spin around and just give him like a completely incredulous look for even daring to say that about her friends. And she just says, they can't possibly be dead. I don't even know what happened. I can't even see their souls. Did you already take them?
No, that's your job. Your job is to bring them to me. At least,
I didn't bring them here.
but it is not your job to kill. Your job is to escort. Yes?
I
So
did neither of those
Mazzy
things.
should be coming with me. And you see another person walking towards you, like porcelain white masked face. And you hear a woman's voice say, "And I'll take that one. Headley's mine." And you see a second woman join you with this big, elaborate headdress that looks like pitch black antlers, but in obviously more places than antlers would be. You've seen Thor Ragnarok. I know you have. And the second woman says, "Yes, and I'm taking a little artisan. It'll be fun."
No, none of you were taking any of them.
Hades says, "What do you mean, no? This is your job."
And I'm telling you, I did not ferry them here. This is Nyx's doing. You will let them go and restore their souls if you want us to stop her, if you want to stay gods. All of you. And I think at that point she'll close her eyes and start reciting as much of the oracle's prophecy as she can remember.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Straight from the oracle.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And Hella scoffs. Hella does not act like she wants to listen to you. The Raven Queen is masked. You get no read from her. Hades, though, seems more curious, more willing to listen. And he says, "Other divinities be damned. That's not how this works. We are the gods of the damned. Not her. She can't."
She is. Um, Being that she works for Hades, is there a way that she can show him, I guess, like what's in her memory from when they arrived at the Spire, before they were like literally embraced by the shadows to the point of becoming
Um,
unconscious?
hmm. Yeah, I'm sure there is. I just don't know what it is.
And then
Let's
she's just gonna say,
do.
she'll add onto it to him. My mother sent us on this task. She was writing in your book of the dead to me earlier.
I had wondered where I left that. Hmm. Um. Yes, this is. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Um. Roll. Roll sway someone. 2d6 plus awe.
Okay. 8.
8. Perfect. Frankly, the number I hoped you'd roll. And Hades says, "3 of us were summoned here for a reason. We may be able to let you go, but one of us has to leave with one of them. You can choose."
Oh god. Um, I think her first instinct is to go to Hadley and sort of kneel like protectively in front of them and look at the Raven Queen and say, "Leave."
She just steps back into the shadow, and the mask is lost to the darkness. But Hades and Hela are still looking there expectantly.
But both of you are still at risk. Nyx is still trying to raise the Spire, trying to take all of the power for herself.
I think Hela scoffs again and is like, "Silly little mortal, there are things that you do not understand. So either
God,
step out
there are
of
things
my
you do
way."
not understand. And she'll talk over her like that, like specifically.
Got it. I think Hela kind of grits her teeth and is finally like, "Okay, if you want to go, Hades said you could go, but I'm taking him," and just points at Silas.
Is there a way that I can use my in the balance feature here? Typically, it would be to ask an injured person for a trade, but she'll in this case ask Hela for a trade.
I was originally trying to gear you in that direction and then realized it was for healing and not what I wanted you to do. So here's what I'll say. Yes, roll it. Roll 2d6 plus awe.
You can use a thread to give yourself fate's favor if you want,
Or $1.
or $1.
I don't think I have a thread, but I'll use $1 and I'll add it to what I'm going to donate later. So
Fabulous.
ooh. So double 4s and a 6.
Those are threads.
So that's
I'll give you a thread even though you're not using the double.
So 14 total.
Then
Oh,
here's
plus
what
my
I'll
off
say.
15.
And here's what I'll say. Hot damn, girl.
I just want to point out that these are Sam and Dustin's wedding dice that are rolling well for me.
The crumpled form of Silas wakes up. You did heal. Now answer, you're not actually there. Don't jump in is what I'm saying. But he wakes up and is looking around like he does, and Hela just like hisses at you out of absolute disdain and steps back into the shadow and disappears.
I think when she hisses at Emo, she closes her eyes for a second and then like hardens her gaze, and as she opens her eyes, her eyes are completely black with no white.
Oh.
And she
Take a thread. That's epic. I love it.
And then she looks at Hades and with still black eyes, and she just says, You saw what I saw. It's your turn. I'll make you the trade if you want. But we can't do this without Mazzy.
How do I make you roll something that's not just another sway someone check? um, here's what I'll do. Roll what will be. Show him what you saw.
Okay. So that's 2d6 plus
2d6
judgment, right?
plus judgment.
Actually, I'm going to use the thread you just gave me as well.
Cool.
13.
Holy cow. So, Hades freezes in a way that you have never seen him do, and you have a feeling you did, because you did this to a handful of people, but 6 hours ago, tops. And you can see him just like eyes glazed over, looking a little bit in horror at what, because he is seeing what you have seen.
Mhm.
And in that moment, you see a door open behind him. You see a white door that just cracks in the space. And that door is now open for you.
And she gets up, and as she starts to walk towards the door, she stops in front of him and doesn't look at him. Eyes are still black, and just says, "What's the trade?"
Go. Is all he says.
She doesn't question it. She goes, expecting that they're there through that door.
Mm-hmm. Fabulous. Now, okay, so we have had Hadley, Emo, and Mazzy successfully escape their doors, and Silas, you are still
Yeah.
trapped in this stupid forge.
You can do
Is
it.
is the forge still active?
Yes.
Okay. Knowing that time is of the essence, we are going to take the powers of the forge, use my ascendance move to change the realities of the architecture of this building, and I'm just gonna create a
fuck yeah.
door.
Yes.
Oh, fuck yeah, you are.
Yes.
And
Yeah, you
I don't,
are.
regardless of how the architecture of this building works, when I open the door, I'm right in front of the three of them.
Yes.
Fuck yes.
And now I have Fate's disfavor on swaying mortals because I don't
That's
talk to
fine.
mortals that much anyway.
You don't talk to mortals? That's the
I
way to
talk to
go.
birds.
And you yell at your friends sometimes, but they are not.
They're not
Only
mortals.
We're not mortals.
So you are all together. You all rush out of your respective doors, and you're basically at the bottom of the of a staircase. Now, I have a question for two of you. When using ascendance moves, something about you changes and becomes divine, but in a very strange way that maybe would look super weird to mortals. So Mazzy and Silas, what's changed?
My voice sounds like 33 to like 50% of the way closer to being like a Siri type computer voice.
Oh,
I
fuck
like
yeah.
that.
I love it.
So it's just like slightly more robotic, slightly less emotion.
Yes. Yes. Mazzy, got thoughts? You're muted,
You're
my love.
Muted.
Thank you. I think she can't get dry. I
Okay.
think she is always
Naturally
She's just stopping wet, and now she is permanently.
not sopping. Like she can get herself mostly dry, but like her hair will always be damp
Okay.
Like, she'll always be like dripping a little bit. If she does this in front of a group of people, they're gonna be having a bad day.
There's
She's
a
just like
splash effect.
slightly wet. Oh, it's the worst.
Yeah. So what I will say is, as you all gather together, Mazzy, you are sopping wet because you were just a water elemental, but then you try to dry yourself off and realize that, like, damn it.
Great.
So you are at the bottom of a staircase. It goes up and up and up and spirals and spirals and spirals, and you can't quite see the top. What do you do?
I oil Bert's hips so he doesn't lock up on those.
Good.
Yeah. Silas, you can't have a bill as an elevator, can you?
Unless you'd like me to start talking even weirder.
Mm. Let's hold off on that.
I
Yeah.
found where I wrote down.
Yeah,
Written my notes.
Bert's machine is a little off, so it's got reduced capacities.
You could still try it.
Shay, describe our surroundings again for me, please.
Yeah. So, you are essentially at the bottom of a spiral staircase. That you cannot see the top of. Like, if you stand in the little spirally, you can't see all the way up. And unsurprisingly, it is tough. It is, it's probably stone. Which is, I think, exactly what you wanted to know.
Yeah. So Mazzy wants to kind of usher everyone to the base of the stairs, and then is trying to magic a platform at the bottom of the stairs out of the stone to just take them automatically up the spiral.
You want to pull, like, an old person, like, needs help up the stairs lift?
Yes.
Chairlift.
Chairlift. Okay.
Stair chair.
She's trying to magic a chairlift.
Why the hell not? Here's the thing. I think this is a safe passage roll. You're in your element. And since you have an epic steed, roll with fate's favor. So 2d6 plus, 3d6 plus metal. 3d6, take the highest 2, add your metal.
Hell yeah. That is a 12.
Fabulous. You successfully make this platform, and that is a full success. I cannot penalize you on it as much as I want to. So it takes you all the way up. And before you get there, you start feeling the, like, static of magic in the air. The last time you felt this static was last year when you were all in proximity with each other for the first time, before you teamed up to stop a kaiju that we pulled out of Lake Michigan, because why not? That Nyx pulled out of, or at least tried to pull out of, Lake Michigan. And so you get up to the top of the staircase, and as you get there, you feel like that staticky charge of magic, and you start seeing like shadowy tendrils that are seeming to multiply as they are rising through, as you are rising up the staircase. And when you get there, you essentially are brought to, you can see Chicago around you. There is still the peak of the spire above you, but there is basically a separation between the peak and where you are that will allow you to see the city around you. And it is getting dark. It is getting very dark, like about ready to storm dark. About ready to storm in the middle of the night dark. And across the kind of the stone, not the specific platform that Mazzy just made, but the platform that, like, just the area. Across the platform, you see a, let's say it's still a humanoid, but like taller than average, like closer to like an 8 feet kind of thing. Person who long dark hair, who just seems to be pushing shadows into the world, but is also trying to like raise, basically trying to accomplish two things at once: push as much shadow into the world and raise this platform, which is only, you can gather, you are on the spire, and the more it rises in space, the more powerful she is becoming. What do you do? She is not paying attention to you for what that's worth.
I think immediately Hadley's gonna drop into like a crouch, basically to kind of
Okay.
like sneak. We don't have our attention yet. Like, let's keep it that way.
Are you trying to do anything sneaky?
Is it just like empty here? Just an empty,
Yeah,
empty,
for the most
empty
part.
room. Okay.
It's less of a,
Are we at like the
think of
top
it
of the
more like
spire
a,
and like
yeah,
the roof?
you're essentially at the
basically.
top of the spire.
Okay.
Yeah, and so it's like open air. You can feel the wind like whipping around you.
Okay.
Think of it more like a balcony of sorts.
We're all here now, right? We've all stepped
Mm-hmm.
through the door.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything is there anything that we can see that would potentially halt the progress that she's making, or is it literally just her in a room controlling this via magic?
Yeah. So you here. All here's the veil for me. 2d6 plus judgment. I know I've been asking you to roll that like all day, but you're really good at it.
I put all my points in judgment.
I know you did.
So that's 11.
Okay. 3 questions.
Okay. So, first question, it's gonna be the straightforward.
Yes.
How can I get this person to stop
Mm-hmm.
doing
Yeah.
what they're doing?
So she seems to be deep in concentration. Like so much so that she is not paying attention to this platform that just appeared behind her, despite the fact that maybe she should be paying more attention to her surroundings. If you can break her you get the impression that if you can break her concentration, it will stop this ritual that she is doing.
Okay. She's gonna look at the group and say, I have an idea. If we all attack at the same exact time, it will be enough to break her concentration. But I think I can surprise her to distract her and then give the 3 of you the advantage. And I think at that point she will kind of whirl her scythe around, straighten her jacket, which is actually a cloak of obscurement.
Oh yeah.
And as she does that, she gives all of them like a half smirk. And at that point, they will notice that her eyes are still just pitch black as she fades out of vision.
Fuck yes.
And she is. Fuck it. She's gonna run up behind Nyx and just like immediately swing for the scythe, like literally just trying to take off an arm.
Yeah, I love it. Roll smite your enemies. 2d6 plus prowess.
Okay. Double fours.
Hey.
But I have a +0, so just 8.
Okay. So, you can choose to exchange harm, protect yourself, crush them, gain an advantageous position, make an opening, or take something from your enemy.
I want to
What?
make an opening. Okay, so I'm using an epic weapon. Does that do 4 harm either way, no matter what I choose, or is it 4
It'll do
harm or
4
1 of
harm,
nothing?
and then if you do crush them, it'll add 1 on top of that.
Okay, so it'll do the 4 damage, but I want to make an opening for my friends to
Yeah,
attack at the same time to break her concentration.
sure. So you take this big swipe at her, and if she were mortal, you would have cut her in half. Problem is, she's not mortal.
Mm-hmm.
Problem is, she whips around to face you, and you see a face that you only caught a glimpse of a year ago when you were fighting off the kaiju and the coven. And you recognize that this is, in fact, Nyx. And
Mm-hmm.
she is her concentration is 100% broken. The shadows that were coming out of her hand are now that is no longer happening. You can also feel the ground beneath you kind of steady. There was a little bit of a rumble as she was trying to raise it up. Not so much that it was going to like cause all of you to fall over, unless she wanted you to. But it is solid. It is not moving now. And she whips around and stares at you. And
I was going to say, Emo will just smirk at her and look her straight in the eyes, probably like all black to all black, and just say,
yeah.
"Good to see you again, Lady of Night. Did you miss us?" And then, like,
And
cue friends.
you friends. What I will say is, if when she whips around at you, if her eyes could literally be on fire, they would be. Actually, she's a god; they can be. And she just says, "You meddling bitch." And if friends want to jump in now, go for it. Otherwise, I'm going to keep monologuing for however long.
Trying to come out of her sight line, maybe interrupted by emo. I want to use my epic warhammer to try and nail her into the ground. Essentially,
That's awesome.
All
just
right,
treat her
smite your
like a
enemies.
hammer and a nail. That is a 7.
Okay. You can exchange harm, protect yourself, crush them, in an advantageous position, or make an opening. Never mind, it wouldn't have mattered. Or take something from your enemy.
One of you will get +1 because I used make an opening. So,
Oh, do I get that
Yes, and
+1 since I was next?
well,
however you
I
want to
would
do
have
that.
given it to you, but if you rolled, you said you rolled an 8.
I rolled a 7, so going to 8 doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. So someone else can have that +1.
Okay. I'm going to exchange damage and
Okay.
protect myself, and just
Okay.
kind of interpose myself in between
Oh yeah.
Nyx and emo.
So you go to crush her with this. I'm essentially thinking of it as like one of the meat hammers.
Yeah,
Just
that's exactly what it
bigger.
looks like. That's exactly what it looks like.
It's like the
And
flared head.
yeah. And you take a swipe at her, and again, this is a god. You are clearly wailing on her with your epic weapon, and she's a god. That being said, she will still take a she is going to blast you with shadow magic, and it would deal 3 harm, but because you protected yourself, you get -1, so you're still gonna take 2 harm.
Does that ignore armor?
No?
So I take 0
No?
damage because I have epic armor.
Well, fuck off. Okay,
not
never
have-
mind. Huh?
Does she not have an epic weapon?
This is with shadow magic, so it's different.
Yeah, fuck off. Let me run my game.
She's about to have an epic bullshit.
Look, man, I'm pulling numbers out of my ass, okay? And I'm forgetting when people have things.
It's okay, it happens.
Hadley or Hadley, here's what I will say. When you hit her, it doesn't pin her the way that you wanted. And so, she turns her attention to you and just does that like condescending laugh of like, you 4. They sent you 4 demigods against. You came here on your own, didn't you? You couldn't. No one else would have sent you. But they called for you. And I'm going to crush every last one of you. And you see her, so she does a little thing where she hovers in the air like fucking Scarlet Witch for. Look, man, I just finished Agatha all along. It's all on my mind. And she splits into 6. So now you have 6 versions of Nyx who have essentially surrounded you once again, very similar to her shadow creatures from earlier in the day.
Can I counterspell that?
Yeah, you absolutely can.
I also
Can you
have-
roll for that?
You
I
knew
have
that.
2 threads. I have 2 threads of fate, so I'm gonna use one of them.
You knew that was
Oh, yeah.
gonna come back and bite you.
The moment
Like,
she
4
said, "Hey,
hours
can I?"
ago.
The moment you said, "Hey, can I take counterspell?" I wanted to be like, and Violet can actually confirm this. I said, "Fuck off." Court may have just fucked me.
I also rolled a 19.
What?
Wow.
Well, okay, so
used
it's
a thread of
2d6 and
fate.
take 2d6 take the highest 2.
Okay, so
3d6 take
12.
take the highest
I rolled,
2.
I rolled double 6s
Take your thread.
Get your thread
plus
back.
3. So
Jesus,
15.
15.
Jesus
So I get that
Christ,
thread
bitch.
back.
Yes, you do.
Yeah. So I knew
Because
this
on
was
a
gonna
10
fuck
plus,
me.
the effect dissolves and you understand it well enough to rebuild it. I
Yeah.
just want the duplicates to GTFO.
Yeah, and they GTFO, and you find her like if they were circling you, she's at like 5 o'clock.
Not so
So.
fast.
Hadley or Nazi, I think it is. Would you like to take a go?
Fuck. Hadley is decidedly out of their element with this.
I mean, they could hit her with their backpack again.
Yeah, let's just keep doing that.
Well, Mazzy, okay, then maybe this. Mazzy says to Hadley, "Can you get everyone 10 meters back from her?"
Yes. And Hadley will actually come out of like this stealth crouch and say, loud enough for everybody, "She's right, you know," and just kind of like stands almost like in kind of that loth, very just tall, and says, "She's right. You all should just back off right now. She's going to win this."
Don't worry, I can play another character even though I just want to laugh. And Nyx just kind of looks at you and is like, huh. Maybe only 3 of you will have to die tonight. One of you actually has some smarts.
I know who my friends are.
Excellent.
Does she allow us
Do
to back away?
Yeah, do you all back up?
Yeah, I think Emo, she's pissed at first, but then she kind of like catches Hadley's eye and then gets it.
Jazz, you need
But
me to
she goes
roll
with it.
for that?
Are you fake newsing?
I mean, yeah, it sounds like Hadley is trying to side with. Now, whether they interpret it that way or not, Hadley is full on making it seem like. I mean, you
dig
don't
it.
have to if you want. It just
No,
there's
I
other
do.
options.
I
so.
do. Let's go. Let's
All right.
roll. Okay. Let's roll 2d6 plus sway someone.
Sway someone for fake news, which means I get Fate's favor.
Mm-hmm.
That's doubles with a pair of 5s.
Okay. Oh damn.
So 10 plus awe is 12.
So do you all back up?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. The thing that I will say is now that Mazzy, you are not backing up, correct?
I am not backing up. No, I'm going
Great.
forward.
So
That's
then
fine.
Emo and Silas, you will both get a thread and a +1 forward, which means +1 for your next roll. Mazzy does not, because Mazzy did not listen.
That's okay.
Nope. Mazzy is going to jump in the middle of the 6 copies of Nyx.
There's only one of them now.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Remember how Court dispelled them exactly like I said she was going to?
Then just
Sorry,
jump.
I read the spells.
Sorry, I did my homework.
And Mazzy is going to cast Cataclysm.
Oh shit.
What is that?
Roll 2d6 plus weird to pull the world down around your ears. A column of fire, an earthquake, violent bursting pipes, whatever your element is, you wreak havoc everything within 10 meters of you. Collateral damage is guaranteed, and you will pay a cost.
Question. You have that move?
I bought it with my last advancement.
Fabulous. You didn't tell me that. I love it. Anyway, we are cataclysming and pull the world down around your ears. Okay. Take roll 2d6 plus weird.
Did you roll 2
You
6s
bitch.
again?
You bitch!
Oh my god.
Your dice are hot today. On a 2d6,
so on a 10
everyone
plus, everyone in range takes 6 harm, and I take 2 harm.
Everyone within 10 meters of you? I don't have any fucking clue how
30 feet.
meters. Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, it's about 30
30
feet.
Yeah, I guess
yeah.
that would be what it is. say this thing's big enough because I don't want to kill all of you.
I mean,
And by I don't want to, I mean I was fed and didn't cause the cataclysm. That was your weave member.
I can use my ascendance move if you kill us all. I'm just saying. If you're like, if you think legitimately that this is not 30 feet, like I can do a thing.
No, fuck it. I want you to do that. A, mark a thread because that's epic. B, everyone takes 6 harm.
Okay.
Except for Mazzy. Mazzy takes 2. Because that's what it
Actually, take
says.
one,
Ignoring
'cause
armor.
I have an epic shield.
Nope, that ignores armor, baby.
The epic shield does something. It specifically
No,
says in that ability.
gifted. If you have an epic shield, you take 1 less harm as the harm I do to myself as part of the spell.
Ah! You see, I missed that bit. So what I will say is the only person whose armor who ignores armor with their damage is Mazzy. So if you have armor, don't
doesn't matter.
reduce your numbers by that. So Violet definitely has a arm. How are the rest of the gang doing?
I'm
So we just took
alive.
6 harm.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just
So I'm
took
dead.
6.
I'm dead.
Okay. I don't know.
As Mazzy like reduces her releases her cataclysm, after everything with the bargaining with 3 different gods, like and also Emo saw Mazzy's death and told her at one point, and Mazzy didn't believe her. She was like, yeah, fuck off, mate. And and so Emo knows that this is not how Mazzy's going to die. And so she is confident that like whatever is Mazzy's doing, like she's got it. But as she sees that cataclysm getting closer and closer, I think she'll like throw her arms out, and you all of a sudden just see this like wave of blackness, and as she manifests, she effectively becomes death. She looks
Fuck
a
yes.
little bit like a combination of all 3 gods of death, like the helm of Hela, and she's got like half mask of the Raven Queen with the robes
Very
of
Phantom of the
Hades.
Opera in a way I love.
And she has like, the robes of Hades, and she just like puts her hands out towards Hadley and Silas and says, "Not yet," and like raises up again to
Yeah.
act to
Fuck
life.
yes. Erase your harm, bitches.
Are we at full
I know
health?
what yeah. Why not?
Okay.
It doesn't actually say, so that's up to the DM.
So that's what I've decided to do it.
Yeah.
It's your permanent consequence.
I pick one of them, right?
Right.
So I think I see spirits of the dead all the time.
Yeah, I hoped you would. And as this entire so we have successfully saved everyone, but we have not resolved the consequences of Mazzy's cataclysm. So it is fucking loud, man. Like you hear it's like an earthquake, which I know at least 2 of us have not experienced. But the earth like crumbles beneath you, and pieces of the tip of the spire start crumbling down around you, and then the earth beneath you starts coming apart, and you can't quite keep your balance, and you see Nyx just get slammed by a rock. Like, look, man, she's a god. It's probably really, really hard to kill a god permanently. She's not getting up from this right this second. And as the ground beneath you is crumbling, you all start falling.
Cool.
Oops.
Um, because you just brought the whole spire down. What
Mhm.
else do you want me to do?
Mhm.
Oh, mission success.
Um,
Can
Is
I
there
try
anything-
and perform under pressure to see if I can find any like fabric to make a parachute of some kind?
fuck yeah, roll it.
8.
Okay. You find part of Nyx's robes is essentially floating free in the wind as it's all falling. Not a very big part of her robes, but it's enough that you think you could maybe fashion something to at least make the impact less terrible.
Right. Well, I quickly do that.
Great, roll crafty for me.
Can I give him an assist since he's using
Oh, yeah.
robes?
Oh yeah.
What does that do?
Roll so first roll
Because I already rolled a fate's
give-
favor.
well, hang on. It's not Fate's favor.
Provide 8 is what
so-
I'm looking at.
Roll 2d6 plus the number of tangles you have with Silas.
Okay.
For folks at home, tangles are like your background connections.
That's an 8 total.
8 total. So you can choose that Silas either gets +1 to his roll, or you can split the harm.
Which would you prefer?
I'm good health wise, so or
Oh, yeah.
is a +1 or split harm? Well,
Yeah.
I'll
Yes,
just take the
+1
+1.
or split harm.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Neither really matters.
Now you can roll and
Okay, now
add your extra +1 with your that you got from
Jesus.
email.
We got a 6, 6, and a 5, so that's a
Dang.
12, 15, 16.
Fuck off.
I imagine I
say
got a parachute
with
this big,
so
and
much
I'm
love.
going down this sad. slope.
Pretty much,
You
yeah.
somehow like crafted it into a hot air balloon and you're just like floating.
What I will say is there is a piece of this basically imagine if it was the big spire that started coming down, but then there was like this little center spire in the middle that you just like start skating down. And with the help of your parachute, you can grab, what I will say is you can do one thing to help one of your other Weave members not really die in this fall.
If we're being honest, my character's first reaction would be to find Bert and save him.
Right!
So
That's fair.
sorry, other guys, you're demigods. Bert's a robot. He's less
That's
It's a
durable.
robot.
All right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
fair.
So
you can just,
he,
like, push Bert under somebody though, and he can just.
Bert is Bert and the automaton 3D printer are also falling, but luckily they are close enough that you can kind of like scoop them under your arm and hold them with you next to you with your parachute. I want the other 3 of you to roll perform under pressure just to see how much damage I give you. For
Can
essentially rolling dex saves.
I do an ascendance move?
Yeah.
So Hadley can mimic anyone else's ascendance move.
Yeah.
Or give the ability for somebody to use theirs, but we're not gonna do that right now. So Hadley is going to, seeing everybody else falling, is going to, knowing Mazzy's, like, seeing the earth movement, the water movement, like seeing all of these huge, big spectacular things. It's gonna just grit their teeth And knowing that Loth, first thought is to call upon Loth and get a bunch of like spiders that fly on their webs to come by. However, knowing that's not the time,
God.
not enough time. So, in any way, shape, or form, channeling Mazzy's water control of like that spout of water to almost catch them or catch whoever, as many as they can, as many as can happen. But the water itself is not this bright blue like Moana type ocean water. It is very just like murky and black and almost shadow like, but still liquid enough. Almost kind of like a
But you were gonna say green Chicago St. Patrick's
It
Day
is.
River.
It is. It's the river water. 100%. I was gonna say like a dry ice consistency, but no, that is way better. Yes, like a green, like a couple days after St. Patrick's Day, kind of green.
Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah, and just like to catch those that cannot catch them, themselves and anybody that needs the catch, if possible. And that will be an Ascendance move.
Also mark a thread because that is epic. I do love it. Yeah, so you all come crashing down. And for all intents and purposes, all of you think that you should be landing on something incredibly hard. Because that's how the ground works. But instead, you find yourself essentially, you feel like you've plopped down on a waterbed. Which is to say, it gets a little hard in places. It's not the most comfortable thing, but you do have, like, you are not dead, which is generally good. Let's not make Emo use her Ascendance move twice in a row. And you essentially land in this, like, greenish water that all of y'all would have seen at St. Patrick's Day. And then eventually, the water dissipates and you just see a wet Adley laying on the ground. And how do you look different?
Hadley sits up and you see this, it's short, but this crown across their brow that would normally, like, if they had done something more Loth-like, probably would be more spidery and spindly, but it almost kind of drips with like this weird ichor. And just kind of like it flickers in and out of like of your just like out of the corner of your eye, you constantly see it.
Love it. Love it so much. And you sit up. All of you are kind of wet. Mazzy more so than normal, apparently. And you just see this like little kid standing. You're like laying in the middle of the street. And you just see this little kid on the sidewalk, like licking his lollipop and just staring at the four of you, like it's the most normal thing in the world. And then he runs off and he's like, "Mom, people are weird. There are these wet people in the street."
Rude.
Wet people.
And you look up into the sky and see that the Chicago skyline has been restored to normal. You are on a street that runs east-west, so you can see the beautiful Chicago henge, lit up by the now visible sun that is shining its beautiful sunset. And congratulations, y'all. You have successfully discovered and stopped the secrets of the Sacred Spire.
Yay!
And we roll credits. Yay!
That was so fun.
That was
Thank
really
you all
fun.
so much
That was
for
great, Shay.
playing.
I really
and
like the
for
system.
letting me try out this new game system that I got obsessed with because I'm gay and I like mythology. Two things go hand in hand. So if anyone would, God, that was bright. Sorry. Would like to donate, we have excellent ways to do so in the widget below our stream. This is not the doobly doo. It is not Vlogbrothers. But the continue to donate. We do want to see folks at Nerd House, you know. Sorry, Sam. I do want to see you drink Malort again. Preferably not at 1:30 in the afternoon, but 1:30 in the morning could work.
Dustin's
I don't
turn
know if you're going to
next.
be up playing games.
I will be up.
Turn next.
It doesn't start
And we're only
next, but I will be up at
$29
1:30.
from 1,000.
We are. We're only like
Yeah.
$29 away, so that would be
Oh, well.
crazy.
I did
But
make my
yeah.
donation for
Yeah.
the Thread of Fate that I purchased.
Purchased.
And
Wonderful.
and bought the raffle
And-
entry for Mr. Calzone lake painting.
Doggo art.
Pupper art.
Pupper art.
You Discords. Fine. We are just going to let's see if it likes my credit card, because it didn't earlier. I don't know why.
Yeah, we got a little bit of time before the
Um,
next session anyway.
So let's just see if this works. It didn't want to work earlier, but now I hope it will. 142. Nope.
Don't read
I
that
do
out
not need to
loud.
be reciting my zip code on stream. It's fine. I live in
And your
Buffalo,
expiration
darlings. It's fine.
date?
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. How about that 3-digit security code on the back? Can you read that too?
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh,
That turned out great,
that
guys.
looks cool. Yeah.
This is all I was able to get done so far, but
All I was able.
Are you
That looks
doing
cool.
the whole? Are you doing the whole pocket and like other accents, or the whole jacket?
the whole jacket will be covered.
That's awesome. That's gonna look badass once it's
Oh my
done.
god.
Oh, this is almost 2,000
Jesus. Rivets.
Well,
studs.
Crazy.
that'll keep
if
your
you
hands
give
busy
me
for a while.
give me just a second, and I'll
Ooh.
show you the one that Violet made for me a few years ago.
We received a donation.
Oh yeah.
And then this, so it'll end up looking more like this guy.
Nice.
Oh, that looks so cool.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Hey, thanks, Jazz.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then this is the one that Violet made for me,
That's awesome.
Oh, cool.
and you'll like this court.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
I love me.
But anyway,
yeah.
Violet's very good at this.
I
And
don't know if this. Is
I don't
gonna
think it's gonna show up.
screen.
There's a white
No.
Bayside tattoo.
Oh, there
Oh,
we
I can
go.
see it right
Yeah, we can
there.
a
see it.
logo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Um,
awesome.
We do love Bayside in this house. So, this is all I have for y'all. So
That's
thank you
okay.
so much for joining me and joining us, everyone in the stream. I am happy now to hit the BRB button.
Yes.
And then here shortly, we will hand it off to session 3,
Yes.
which is doing something else cool that I don't remember.
Goblin Quest, and I've been heard it's
Quest.
described as we played Goblin Quest last year, but this session is gonna be like Feywild Undercooked, I guess.
Hell yeah.
Let's
overcooked?
go. That sounds
So,
awesome.
Yeah, keep an eye out. Donate some craziness. We will be back in about 5 minutes. I'm gonna get everybody set up, and yeah, keep watching.
The one thing that I will say is I think that we hit $1,000.
Yay! $1,000.
Whoop.
Love it.
AKA, I know we did because I
you
donated the
did it.
monies.
You did it. All right.
So, all
We're at
right, y'all.
1,006.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Bye,
We will be back in
y'all.
about 5.
Bye, guys.